It is a Friday night in the Lone Star State, and you don't mess with Texas. That is only stretching further inside the boxing ring. Tonight, here on MeritTV, we have TCL Team Boxing League action as the Dallas Enforcers play host to the Houston Hitmen. And good evening, everybody. Glad to have you with us inside our MeritTV Sports studios. Justin Shackle, Dave Bontempo with you. And last week, we saw some Texas showdowns. We're going to get more here this week as well. We have Houston and Dallas here. San Antonio's coming up next, part of our Friday night doubleheader. But when you take a look at this schedule tonight, David, 3 teams in the Southwest Division, 2 here going head-to-head. And over this next week or so, you go back to last week, this is a 3-week stretch that could heavily influence how these teams do this season when they're facing one another.
This is the Southwest Showcase. Now, last week we saw that San Antonio was the most domineering team in that entire process, pulling away late and having an excellent first battle this season. Now, tonight, we see Dallas and Houston, who can be the next one to step up in line and be right behind. Dallas, a team that came on late to win last week, and Houston needing to get over the top. So we have a lot of angles to look at, and we're going to see the Southwest Showcase next week, too. So if you're a fan of this division especially, this is your stretch.
Yeah, this is where you have to make a count because these 2 teams, specifically Houston and Dallas, they don't meet up with one another for quite some time after tonight. But what did we see from the Houston Hitmen as they started their season last week? We saw a 7-point defeat. They're 0-1 as they went up against San Antonio. And it was interesting, too, David, because for a portion of this match, maybe toward the second half, we saw San Antonio really pull away here.
Really did, especially because Houston had a good start. And San Antonio, behind Coach A.C. Bryant, coming on strong in all facets, doing an excellent job and making a definitive statement. That was a real big thing to say. And, you know, San Antonio, we'll talk later, having some people back. So they're geared up. And these 2 teams here want to be able to get right next to her in line and say, you have to come through us.
And when I think about Dallas's season opener last week where they were able to hold off Boston and prevent a Butcher's rally from really biting them, they came away victorious. They held on 226-222. A lot of fighters took care of business when they needed to most down the stretch.
Yeah, we saw power. Patrick Mailata with the most definitive money rounds display, and this team prevailed with power when it had to in the money rounds, and we'll be talking about that all throughout, about the juggling and how important those money rounds are. So last week the Dallas coaching staff had Mailata in the right spot, and he delivered. So there were fireworks for that team.
Here you take a look at our TCL standings, and again the Pacific and the Southwest divisions bunched up to the left of your screen. Las Vegas, the only 2-0 team so far out of the early going here in TCL action. But we see Dallas 1-0, San Antonio 1-0. We'll see them later tonight against Phoenix. But again, this is a chance if you're Houston. Look, you one of 2 ways. You could start your season 0-2. It doesn't get easier because you're in action back-to-back weeks next week as well. But for Dallas, a chance to, again, join Las Vegas as the lone 2-0 teams here.
And then go up against, you know, San Antonio for what would be first place the following week. So this is a big stretch in the division, a big stretch for Dallas straight ahead. And you have to love what the team concept has done and how different elements have come into play to decide victories over other parts of boxing that we've seen in the past.
Well, in case you have not joined us for the first 3 weeks of this TCL season, what does Dave mean by the team concept? Well, these are TCL Team Boxing League rules. The concept is male and females, they come together to compete and win points for their team. 24 individual rounds are scheduled in each bout here. And tonight we have Houston and Dallas in an intra-division showdown. All right. First third of the rounds making up this event, they are called the launch rounds. And what matchup are you looking forward to in these launch rounds 1 through 8?
Well, the very first fight of the night is what's going to really open it up for me, because we talk about the women's division and how the coaches harp on that because they believe that if you get a good dominant female, you have a leg up on everybody else. So we have Melissa Parker starting it off, and that's a very good start for Houston. And then at the bottom later, Patrick Mailata. So we have 2 different elements of what represents success in this league, and I'm looking to see how those particular elements play out tonight.
And Melissa Parker, a 4-0 TCL fighter so far this season. She has exerted her dominance. And we talk about men and women coming together for the same purpose on the same team. And you have Melissa Parker leading off and near the very, very end in round 23 of 24 tonight. So she could play a huge factor. We are just getting started on our Friday night doubleheader. We have plenty of TCL Team Boxing League action starting up in just a matter of moments at Mesquite Arena in Dallas. Coming up, it's the Enforcers and the Hitmen. Coming up next on MeritTV.
Bright lights, heavy hands. It's a star-powered Saturday night.
Oh, big shot!
First up, Lizette Lopez, Raul Money Solomon and the LA Elite battle Pretty Boy Ride, Christina Cruz and the NYC Attitude.
Gotta get out of there.
Next, Jesse Hard Work Hard and the defending champ Philadelphia Smoke throw down against Mike Fontanez and the Boston Butcher.
Goodness!
LA, NYC, followed by Philly, Boston, tomorrow night at 7 on MeritTV.
I was drinking every day.
I was hooked on oxys.
My husband turned into someone I didn't recognize.
The addiction crisis. Worse than a pandemic, we have a growing epidemic. There are approximately 20 alcohol and drug-related deaths per hour every single day. Addiction is a disease. Like any other disease, it may have serious harmful effects and may lead to death if left untreated.
Introducing Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and rediscovery. We understand the unique challenges men face in their journey to recovery. Set on 38 private acres, our state-of-the-art facility offers a safe, supportive environment for healing and growth. Our team of dedicated professionals specializes in evidence-based treatment, providing our patients with the tools to overcome addiction and achieve long-term sobriety. If you or a loved one needs to make a change, call us today at 386-423-4540 or visit us online at serenityspringsrecovery.com and reclaim your life.
Balance of Nature is a proud partner of the Team Combat League, and as a preferred customer, get 35% off your first set when you use code FIGHT. Go to balanceofnature.com or call today. Glad to have you with us as we are moments away from getting started with our coverage from Mesquite Arena in Dallas. It's the Dallas Enforcers and the Houston Hitmen, a division matchup here in TCL Week 4 action. And you talked about Melissa Parker, and you mentioned the name Patrick Mailata for Dallas as well. I'm wondering, in your opinion, does Houston have another equalizer to match the type of energy that we saw from Dallas, where they found a way to win a close decision last week? If you were maybe trying to identify one other fighter for Houston, who would be your pick to maybe step up?
I think that still has to be determined tonight. I think that one fight in the books last week, and now we'll see if they can learn from that last week, and somebody's going to step up and be a swarm, and it's often somebody, even the coaches are surprised by who it is. So we're going to see.
All right, let's take a look at our Balance of Nature round card again. The launch rounds coming up, rounds 1 through 8. And there you see the name, Melissa Parker. She's going to be going up against Dallas's Montserrat Carmona in bantamweight action. Averin Graham, a decorated TCL fighter as well. And also Reynard Talib Jr., another name that sticks out for us. Plenty of high-flying action coming up here in the launch rounds, and we will go over to our ring announcer, Patrick Creighton, to get the night started.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mesquite Arena for TCL Team Boxing League. TCL would like to thank the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, along with Program Director Greg Alvarez, for hosting our event. We'd also like to thank our sponsors, Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, Balance of Nature, and Serenity Springs Recovery Center. First up is the Houston Hitmen. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former WBA light middleweight champion and current BKFC welterweight champion, Austin, no doubt, Trout, Houston Hitmen. Former NABF and IBO bantamweight champion, featherweight Melissa La Bella Bestia Parker. Featherweight Martel the Menace Washburn. Lightweight James the Fresh Prince Earl. He is the current ABO welterweight champion, Todd Louisiana Lion Manuel. Junior middleweight, Renard Alif Ali Talib. Middleweight, Rafael Igbokwe. Super middleweight, Jaden Franklin Britton. Heavyweight, Travaris Bear Barnes. He is the former ABO and current Texas champion, lightweight Nelson Hot Hands Hampton. He's the WBA Continental USA champion and the WBC US NBC champion, welterweight Quentin Quick Draw Randall. Middleweight Kashimu Cash Yakubu. Light heavyweight Devontae Williams. Cruiserweight Michael El Bandido Coronado. He is the WBA Latino champion, heavyweight Nogi Dominican Dynamite Aguilera. And now, please welcome your hometown Dallas Enforcers. Former Texas Super Middleweight Champion, Tony T-Mac Mac. And his Dallas Enforcers, former national champion and Marine veteran, Montserrat Carmona. Featherweight, Oberon A.J. Graham. Lightweight, Malik Lark. Welterweight, Deontay Brown. Junior middleweight, Mauricio Bad News King. Middleweight, Adolf the Wolf Stevens. Former Chicago Golden Gloves champion, super middleweight, Jordan Action Jackson. Heavyweight, Jacory Gibson. Lightweight, Jack Sambiaku. Welterweight, Adrian Salazar. Middleweight, Sharif Rockman. Light heavyweight, Abimbola Space Osundairo. Former world title challenger, cruiserweight, Calvin Hot Sauce Henderson. Heavyweight, Patrick Magic Mailata.
Fighter introductions inside the ring at Mesquite Arena, the site of our Friday night doubleheader here in TCL Team Boxing League. And we are going to get started with a pair of women boxers with Montserrat Carmona competing for the Dallas Enforcers, and Houston will have the undefeated Melissa Parker.
Couple of big hitters right off the bat.
Welcome to the launch rounds. First up in the 124
This will kick off the launch rounds. Again, rounds 1 through 8. Then that's followed by the middle rounds and then the money rounds. Fighters can return later on in the event and compete for a second round in either the middle or the money. We will see both these fighters back at it in round 23 later on in this event in the money rounds.
Parker.
You see Melissa Parker. So it's Parker in the black fight kit and Montserrat Carmona, the former Marine, with the white trunks, as we are underway between Houston and Dallas. Justin Shackle, Dave Bontempo, glad to have you with us here on a Friday night in Big D.
Well, fighters with the same idea, just coming from different angles. As Parker wants to get off first as a southpaw, and trying to time that as she just did right there, was Carmona with a lead right hand. Both fighters doing a pretty good job establishing where they want to be in the ring and where they want to operate.
Parker, 38-year-old southpaw from Brooklyn, now living and training in Spring, Texas, just outside of Houston. Carmona, 23 years of age out of Dallas, so a 15-year age gap between these two.
Now, over a long fight, that really benefits the younger fighter. In a short fight like this, you're older, you might be able to stuff your offense in there and get away.
Melissa Parker off to a 4-0 start. She gets tagged there by a punch from Carmona here in her second TCL season. She had a pair of wins over Leanne Calderon, who we are going to see later on tonight, second half of our doubleheader, as San Antonio will take on Phoenix. Just over a minute to go here in round one. And a good landing by Carmona. Found a home with the left hand.
We see the fighters shifting styles. We have lefty-righty, and then we have lefty-lefty. And the key is whether you can nail your opponent on the shift.
Some fighters do it faster than others.
Yeah, and you have to be doing it when you're not near your opponent.
Oh, Parker with the left hand, and that is going to be ruled a knockdown. Carmona contesting, there was no punch, but surely there was, and it was a dominant left hand by Melissa Parker.
And now with 20 seconds to go.
And look at her go, Dave.
Does she want 10-7 or will she settle for 10-8? That's a lot to do with the scoring, as we'll get into. This is like winning 2 fights, that one knockdown.
Parker in Houston storming out of the gate here on a Friday night. And I tell you what, since that knockdown, Parker's punches have been landing with more conviction.
Well, you get the idea. Hey, something just landed. I'm going to go for more. You build up. Well, that's why I labeled her as a fighter to watch tonight, as she gets her team off to a big start. Watch the poise, waiting.
Oh, you know what, Dave?
It's not a big shot.
No.
Take another look, but was there contact?
Well, nevertheless, it's going to be a 10-8 round.
Yeah.
Again, TCL scoring. You have 3 minutes.
Team Houston takes the first round by the score of 10-8.
You have 3 minutes to gain points for your team. It could be a traditional 10-9 round that you have in regular boxing at the discretion of the judges' scorecards, or you can earn more points via knockdown. One knockdown in a round is a 10-8 round. 2 knockdowns or a stoppage would lead to a 10-7 round for a respective fighter. And Parker picks up a 10-8 round right there, and Houston is up 10-8 in the overall score.
Great start for Houston.
All right, Averon Graham going to try and get some back here for the Dallas Enforcers as he takes on Martel Washburn. Washburn in the black trunks, and Averon Graham in the white trunks for Dallas, entering tonight at 1-0 after they beat Boston last week by 4 points. Held off a late Boston Butcher rally. Houston, meanwhile, fell to San Antonio. Again, we're going to see them later tonight. San Antonio looked like, over the first 3 weeks of this season, maybe the most complete team in TCL action.
I would put them in there along with Las Vegas as far as the best teams that I've seen so far. And soon enough, we'll see more of the Eastern teams.
Graham trying to get in some punches in close range. Averon Graham, his 3rd TCL season, one of the top performers in the league's existence. 28 years of age out of Grand Prairie, Texas, and he's trying to do some damage at close range here against Washburn.
Well, it's one thing to get inside, which is one job, and he's trying to make the most of it when he does. And the quick little body shots, something that shows the referees you're working is going to help.
Martel Washburn, his second TCL season, originally from St. Louis. Now resides in Baytown, Texas, near Houston. The Washburn here, the larger 126-pounder. And maybe a viewer a little new to boxing would say, how could one be larger than the other here? They're both weighing the same. They're both featherweights. They're both 126. But if you take a look at body types, fighter profiles, there's the larger physique on Avron Graham, broader shoulders. Am I right?
Yes, and that's how you get to have an advantage. And here, as the slip is averted, that's very important, because for Washburn, he'll get points here for what they call ring generalship, in which he is dictating the pace of the fight. He's the one that is always the perceived aggressor so far, cutting off the ring, and that will be a deciding factor, should be, if the rest of the fight is considered even, and that's why that non-knockdown was very important.
Can Avron Graham here improve to 3-0 on the young season and pick up his 20th career TCL win? If he wins this round, we'll see. Good sportsmanship from two fighters that really get the team concept that TCL provides.
Yeah, you're rooting for your teammates, and I think that Dallas got on the board here. You carry the hopes of all the fighters on your team.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Dallas takes this round 10-9.
And it's a 10-9 round and a winner for Avron Graham, his 20th career TCL win. That was a 20-5 record in Team Boxing League.
Known to bring the heat.
He's adjusted well to what the style of this league demands.
For the Dallas Enforcers, Malik Lark. And for the Houston Hitmen, James the Fresh Prince Earl.
So Houston still up 19-18, 2 rounds in. We now have some lightweight action, 135-pounders. It's Malik Lark for Dallas in the white trunks against James Earl for the Houston Hitmen. And these two are going to square off against one another in the middle rounds as well. So a quick turnaround for these two. Earl in his third TCL season, 28 years of age. And this is Lark's third season out of Cedar Hill, Texas. Young pup, 22 years of age, was a TCL All-Star in 2023. So young, but a veteran for this league.
Now, when you start out at a young age and you grasp the format of this league, it's very important, because we have veteran fighters, even contenders, that come into this format, and it's difficult for them. Even Austin Trout, the coach of Houston, telling us that with him being a slow starter throughout much of his career, it would have been hard for him to step it up and channel all his energy into one round.
Yeah, each roster in the TCL has 12 male fighters, 4 women fighters. Roster talent, it ranges from, well, decorated amateurs to future Olympians to seasoned veterans, former world title holders, world title challengers. And we have seen fighters of that caliber, kind of parachute in. And like you mentioned, this is a crash course in a different type of concept.
And some are successful and some have trouble, which is really that's a big credibility issue on behalf of the league, that the people who are the top pros or contenders can't just come in and walk over the competition.
It makes every round so important. Every round feels like the last round here in TCL. Just over a minute to go here in our third round between Lark and Earl.
where there has been very little connection. Fighters cannot get close enough to score.
Each fighter trying to pick up their first win of the 2025 season. They've gone a combined 0-3 so far. Earl trying to work a combo upstairs. Good lateral movement. Tagging the body with the right hand. Well, the volume punching picking up just a bit near the end, but that's going to be a difficult round to score for the judges.
It is. Lark did better in the last 30 seconds. We'll see if the judges agree with enough of that to give it to him. In a low-scoring affair, that might be enough.
Winning this round by the score of 10-9 from the Dallas Enforcers, Malik Lark.
So Malik Lark gets the victory over James Earl, and we will see them coming up in the middle rounds. Will Earl have a chance at redemption in what was a very close round, but Lark takes it, and Dallas has now tied it up with the overall scoring.
Dallas Enforcers, Deontay Brown. And from the Houston Hitmen, he is the current ABO welterweight champion, Todd Louisiana Lion Manuel.
Here we go with a pair of welterweights, Todd Manuel and Deontay Brown. Brown in the white trunks for the Dallas Enforcers, and for Houston, Manuel in the black trunks. And a good connection there by Deontay Brown. You see the 23-year-old missing over the top. Manuel getting his head out of the way.
A lot of different adjustments you may see on the way in. You have a fighter tie you up, and that disrupts momentum, or you have a fighter trying to time and punch with you. Here we had the tying up aspect. You see the head movement as Manuel tries to create an angle for himself and then goes back to right-handed.
Manuel coming in, missing. Right uppercut landed from Deontay Brown.
And a sneaky little shuffle step helped set that up. He shuffled to get closer into punching range, and then he launched his attack.
Good right counter by Manuel. Deontay Brown was able to redeem himself last week against Boston. Split a pair of rounds against the Butchers' Kino Luna. Won their rematch, their second round. But again, Houston ultimately falling to San Antonio. Mentioned Boston. It was Houston and San Antonio last week. Dallas just edged out Boston.
Some pretty good sharpshooting on both sides. We're not seeing a lot of sustained offense, but we're seeing some one-shots like that one by Brown.
Another good counter left from Todd Manuel. But Brown makes him miss on a couple of punches. Tall, two lanky heavyweights as Brown's head snapped back by a right hand from Manuel.
This will be interesting to score too, because Dallas via Brown had the fighter had a pretty good position on the floor, but their punch volume has been similar. So it's going to be perception by the judges here.
Manuel raises his hand as if he has won that round. We'll see in a matter of moments.
The winner of this round by the score of 10-9 from the Dallas Enforcers, Deontay Brown.
Deontay Brown makes it 3 rounds in a row for the Enforcers.
Little shuffle step here got him closer. I was talking about
Dallas
that. When you're so far out, you can either jab from too far out and not land it in, or you do that sneaky little step to get inside, and that's how he compensated for where he was.
154-pound division.
Overall, Dallas is now in front, taking its first lead of the night, 38-37 over Houston. And we go straight up to the middleweight division, 154 pounds, Mauricio King and Reynard Talib Jr. And that is Talib Jr. on your screen, and these two will face off later on in the money rounds as well. Talib 2-0 to start off the 2025 season. Mauricio King, meanwhile, 0-2, coming off 2 straight losses to Rashidi Ellis last week.
And that was a tall order, so he takes on an opponent that would not be quite at that level. There's an interesting part of the team concept now. If you're Houston, if you can get a win here, you'll have won 2 of the first 5 and still be even. That's the magic of that first 10-8 verdict for Parker. Otherwise, this fight is starting to become eerily reminiscent of what we saw last week with a fast start, and this was where San Antonio made that bull rush early on.
So can Talib score maybe a knockdown here, or at the very least, again, win the round, and it would just underscore what Melissa Parker was able to do to open up the night. As Dave said, Reynard Talib, 34-year-old southpaw, originally from Virginia Beach, where his parents were stationed in the military. He grew up on the southwest side of Houston. He's 7-1 in traditional boxing, but he hasn't competed in a match in 2 years.
So this is actually a good way to get back into it. Start with 1-round fights, see how you like that, and whether you want to stay at this circuit or go into other ones. You see a lot of fighters going back and forth between different circuits, not only here, but in MMA as well.
MMA, bare knuckle fighting. If you recall last week, it was Mauricio King who not only was boxing Rashidi Ellis, but they also had a dance-off in the ring as well.
That was the, I think that was the dance of the year so far.
Leading contender. Well, here, King dancing out of the way of some right hands from Reynard Talib Jr.
Well, so far he has a lot less animated dance partner than this week. And you've got 3 minutes to get everything done. So 1 week you may see him supercharged, and here it's a little bit more businesslike. Remember, in a fight with not a lot of scoring, you're looking for one definitive statement, and you can take it home.
You know, King has had a long reach. He throws punches with single shots. A lot of them did land to the body. I wonder if that was effective enough, or whether Reynard Talib Jr. is going to be able to tie this back up here in the early portion.
Now we see the animation after the fact.
Bottom line, I think Mauricio King is a very happy individual.
Score of 10-9 from the Houston Hitmen.
And he's less happy after that decision, though. So Talib picks up a 10-9 decision over Mauricio King, and we are notched up again.
Team scores are now
here in the launch round.
47.
So that's a big win for your team, not just for yourself.
Serenity Springs Recovery Center.
Give your team a chance to get back even and come into the last three fights of the launch round.
160-pound division for the Dallas Enforcers, Adolf the Wolf Stevens.
These two teams tied up at 47, and now it's middleweight action. Ray Igbokwe for the Houston Hitmen.
Igbokwe. Team
going up against Adolphe Stevens for Dallas. Here we go, as these two middleweights will go at it. 160 pounds, and they will face one another in the money rounds later on. Two southpaws.
This fight could underscore the importance of that victory by Talib to get Houston even, because Stevens would be favored in this coming in. And if you're looking at it from a coaching standpoint, you're saying, okay, we need Talib's. I don't know how we're going to do in the Stevens fight, so very important to stay in it. The Stevens has been one of the more talented performers we have seen early on.
Stevens is in the white trunks, Igbokwe in the black trunks, and Stevens able to land a right hook early on. Igbokwe is listed as a light heavyweight, but in regular boxing, he has just one fight above 160 pounds. And
got the generous listing.
160, yeah. A big gap there in weight.
That's 15 pounds.
And Igbokwe answers a challenge. He has gotten in the ring with some of the baddest Eastern European fighters in recent years, and over the last decade, Stevens looks like he landed a left hand there. Those Eastern European fighters obviously led by Gennady Golovkin, but there have been a number of Olympic medal winners and several world champions as well on the pro level. Igbokwe tags Stevens with a right hand, and then another one. A little less than 90 seconds to go here in the 6th round. Both fighters making contact.
So here you see the two different styles of Igbokwe. Gambling to get in and tie up here, in which he must tee off, which he's starting to do. If he ties up like this, he's basically shortening the fight and hoping that even though he's throwing fewer punches, he'll land a higher percentage of them.
As the seconds tick off, Igbokwe continues to land those right hands. Stevens coming close with that right hand. May have partially landed. It's not a knockdown.
If he had a little bit more behind that, then he might have gotten a knockdown. There was a good chance for him to parlay that. There's a lot that goes on here in terms of the chess match element of it. So you're in there, and maybe a few things aren't working, and sometimes you just say, I'm going to let my hands go. Forget the instinct, and let's see what happens. And we saw a little bit of that from Stevens in the last 40 seconds.
Can Rafael Igbokwe make it 2 rounds in a row for the Houston Hitmen?
The winner of this round by a score of 10-9 from the Dallas Enforcers, Adolf the Wolf Stevens.
Well, I said that Stevens would be favored coming in.
Dallas leads the team score 57-56.
And he showed why
the next contest
with some of his crisp punches.
168-pound division.
There he evades and then lands a nice stiff jab.
Golden Gloves champion.
And then opens up a combination.
Action Jackson. And for the Houston Hitmen, Jaden Franklin Britton.
There you see Jordan Jackson, Dallas's 168-pounder, and 2-0 in the young TCL season. Going up against Jaden Britton in the black trunks. Picked up a victory over Bryce Blackwell last weekend. And here he has 2 against Jordan Jackson in this meeting between Dallas and Houston. Jordan Jackson, again in the white trunks, born and raised in Chicago, 31 years of age.
And he was the first one to make a move in this contest. They both had the idea of jabbing and trying to obtain positioning, and then he threw one left hand to the gloves and followed up with a left hook that got through.
And there, a stiff lead left hand by Jordan Jackson against Jaden Britton, who's 20 years of age. Again, made his 2025 debut last week, stands at 6 feet. He's trying to turn some heads here as a young pro, but if you're 20, odds are you are going up against a lot of people who will have years on you, and that's obviously the case here. 11 years total between Jackson and Britton.
And whereas in many aspects of boxing, it's far better to be the younger fighter, there is a time when being younger is not to your advantage if you don't have the experience. It's a good textbook round here by Jackson. Sit back there in a rocking chair, pop the jab out. Score points, make your opponent come to you. And that is what's happening.
Tell you what, Dave, you have to kind of credit Jaden Britton to have the presence of mind as a 20-year-old to realize that he needs to do something else, something more to crack through against Jordan Jackson if he wants to come away with the round victory.
And he's coming up with a more energetic, gambling-type style. The hands up. He's trying to punch out of that, starting from being closer to the target.
These two will meet up in the middle rounds. So they're here in the launch rounds, then the middle rounds, rounds 9 through 16, the money rounds, rounds 17 through 24. I'm going to be interested to see what type of adjustments Jaden Britton takes with him inside the ring when we get to the middle round rematch.
He's going to feel, whatever happens, that he found it with about 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, and he'll want to carry that over. Right now, it thinks he's got it. Question in the judge's mind is, when did he start his run?
The winner of this round by a score of 10-9 from the Houston Hitmen, Jaden Franklin Britton.
So 20-year-old Jaden Britton picks up the victory, a 10-9 round for the 20-year-old. So I guess the judges did think he did enough in the last minute 20.
And mark that one down, because that was one which started not in his favor. He rallied, he found himself, and that could be a pivotal result.
And for the Houston Hitmen, Travaris Bear Barnes. Team scores are tied at 66.
So because of Britton's win, Dallas and Houston tied up at 66 as we reach the 8th and final bout here in the launch rounds. Ja'Cory Gibson and Travaris Barnes. Heavyweight action as Gibson looks to improve to 2-0 after picking up a victory last weekend over Quinton Sumter. Gibson in the white trunks, Barnes in the black trunks for Houston.
Gibson making sure that his jab is out as he's circling. To circle without doing much, it doesn't help you because subtly, Barnes is trying to cut off the ring against him.
Final round here in the launch rounds. And the Houston team in the corral cheering on the fighter they call Bear. And Bear may have just stuck out a paw that put down Gibson.
Oh, this could be 10-7 written all over it.
Wow, what a shot. And you wonder if Gibson's going to be able to continue here.
A lot of time left.
Well, they haven't sat down. They must have stopped the round already.
They didn't wave it off, but that has to be official. Yeah, that's a big shot.
So this could be a huge turning point for the Houston Hitmen here in their second event of 2025. Travares Barnes looking like he picked up his first career TCL stoppage.
You see that sometimes with the big men. One big shot, you go down, you stay down. And they were scheduled to meet in the money rounds.
The winner of this round by KO for the Houston Hitmen, Travares Bear Barnes.
Let it out, Bear. Travares Barnes victorious and a massive 10-7 round for the Hitmen, putting an exclamation point on the launch rounds.
After the launch rounds, it is Team Houston 76. Team Dallas
Houston has now
73.
taken a 76-73 lead in the overall scoring, thanks to a fantastic right hand by Travares Barnes. Launch rounds in the books, middle rounds coming up. Stay with us.
Saturday morning, the world gathers in prayer. Join Chris Gutierrez and Lindsay Keith honoring a legacy of faith. Watch live the funeral of Pope Francis, Saturday at 3:45 a.m. with encores throughout the day on Dr. Phil's MeritTV.
Sleep Cream is the revolutionary all-natural cream made of organic oils and plant extracts. Simply apply Sleep Cream at bedtime and start enjoying. Sleep like a baby and bright-eyed, bushy-tail mornings. I mean, you do want to start sleeping better, right? Try Sleep Cream today.
To order, visit sleepcream.com to start sleeping better guaranteed. And for a limited time, get free shipping on your first order by using code PHIL at checkout at sleepcream.com.
Whether you're mastering the golf course, nurturing your garden, or dancing the cha-cha-cha, maintain your well-being with Balance of Nature fruits and veggies supplements, a formulated blend of 31 whole food ingredients. Imagine the possibilities when you feel your best, exploring new passions, rediscovering old ones, and embracing every moment with renewed enthusiasm. It's time to redefine what's possible and live life on your terms. Start your journey with Balance of Nature.
They did the crime. Nancy Grace will do the time, analyzing it.
Busted. Join us on Crime Stories with Nancy Grace as we investigate missing people and unsolved homicides.
Weeknights at 6 p.m., 5 Central on Dr. Phil's MeritTV.
Team Combat League Boxing is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. Houston has itself a 76-73 lead at the end of the first 8 rounds of the night over the Dallas Enforcers. Justin Shackle, Dave Bontempo, back with you here in the studios. I'm still mesmerized by Travares Barnes' massive knockout to close out the first 8 rounds of our event. But I tell you what, you could bookend these first 8 rounds, the launch rounds. Houston picking up 2 key stoppages, and that's the difference in our 3-point swing here.
Now, the first one, Melissa Parker, we expected that there could be some dynamite with her, and there was with the 10-8, giving in there to get you that first 10-8 victory for Houston with the knockdown happening late in the fight. And then, of course, the heavyweight thunder for the three-pointer. And it will be a four-pointer for Barnes because they were scheduled to meet in the money rounds. So that's money for Houston in the bank already, and it's early.
Let's take a look at the highlights from the launch rounds brought to you by Balance of Nature. And we will highlight, obviously, Melissa Parker coming out strong to start the night. That was that left hand that sent Carmona down. So you had a pair of women bantamweights, and then it was the big boys, the heavyweights. And this left hand happened quickly.
Yeah, and this is after Houston had been down and turning it around in the final stages. Right when we were showing you the corral trying to erupt, he delivers. Well, that is dynamite gold. 3 points now and a victory later.
Travaris Barnes letting it all out, and that was a big swing for Houston as we take a look at the middle round card. And it will begin at 135 pounds. We have a pair of 135-pound bouts to start off the middle round fight card. Let's go inside Mosquito Arena to get the action started.
To the middle rounds. Current team scores: the Houston Hitmen 76, the Dallas Enforcers 73. First up in the 135-pound division, from the Dallas Enforcers, Jack Sambiaku. And for the Houston Hitmen, former ABO and current Texas champion, Nelson Hot Hands Hampton.
So here we go, Jack Sambiaku for Dallas in the white trunks. And Nelson Hampton coming out for Houston, making his TCL debut. Nelson Hot Hands Hampton, 31-year-old with a 73-inch reach, Dave. You don't see that often for a 135-pounder.
No, that's prominent. You operate behind that stick, and if it's used right, you can make a lot of things happen. What we're seeing here, you make your opponent miss. You can stay outside and pot shot. And you want to stay out there because you don't want your opponent to be able to bob and weave. So what we're going to be seeing...
Oh, big right hand landed by Sambiaku.
Is that he's going to try to slip that jab. Now, see, if that jab doesn't come back swiftly, that opens it up for Sambiaku.
And Sambiaku in the white trunks, Hampton in the black trunks. Sambiaku's just 21 years of age. Lives and trains in Chicago, originally from Angola. He was a two-time African champion as an amateur.
Now, if you're Sambiaku, you've got your sights on that jab hand and stepping inside of it to do some damage. He's already been able to do that. If he slips one shot, he might be able to drop home some heavy thunder.
There's a lot of knockdown potential here in these throws from Sambiaku. And that's exactly what Dallas would need here. A big pick-me-up to start off the middle rounds. And Houston ending the launch rounds with a 3-point advantage in the overall score.
And if you're Dallas, you still have time to peck away in the middle rounds and try to get it close to even for when Patrick Mailata closes out the show in the middle rounds.
.40 seconds remain in the opening battle to the middle rounds here in Dallas between Sambiaku and Hampton. Quality close-range uppercut from Sambiaku. He has the crisper punches.
So there's been a pretty high percentage of good shots landed. Now it's really going to be the judges deciding which ones they thought were harder. because both fighters have been effective. Which had more impact? That was a good right hand. May have made a statement at the end on behalf of Dallas.
Well, Sambiaku with a late punch. He knew it. But overall, his punches were on time here against Nelson Hampton to open up round 9. That was a good performance from the 21-year-old.
The winner of this round by the score of 10-9 from the Houston Hitmen, Nelson Hot Hands Hampton.
Well, Nelson Hampton picks up a 10-9 round.
That's a big one for Houston
This
because
round brought to you by
Sambiaku doing some excellent work late. That was the shot that landed after a replay of what had landed just before.
Round is in the 135-pound division for the Dallas.
We have to get some clarification, but there's a little chance that that late shot
and for the
perhaps
Houston Hitmen,
penalized
James.
That would have been a quick decision if they made it that quick. Usually, when there is a penalty, there's a conference, and they'll take the fighter and walk him around the ring to show a point deduction.
Oh, that's a surprise scoring for sure.
Yeah.
And Houston now has a 4-point lead, 86-82 in the overall score. Here's Malik Lark and James Earl going at it once again. Now Lark for Dallas in the white trunks. He picked up a 10-9 decision in the launch rounds.
Now, we saw this last week with Miami trailing early, and then in the middle rounds, the team started to get hot, and it was a tidal wave of momentum, and each fighter got up and tried to carry further what his teammates had done. And right now, we're sensing a similar tidal wave from Houston at the end of the launch rounds, and here early in the middle rounds when they get a call to go their way, and now open up their biggest lead of the season.
Good head movement there from Malik Lark on defense for Dallas. Stabs the body with that jab. And Earl punching with Lark, landed a right hand right on the chin. Action at 135 pounds. Lark, the 22-year-old, the TCL All-Star from 2 seasons ago. Earl's in his 3rd season. He's gone 11-0 in traditional boxing. Hasn't fought in a sanctioned fight in over a year here.
So when you come back, you wonder where you've targeted your training to what length of fights.
Earl trying to get through that guard with an uppercut at close range. Lark's doing a good job moving here in these final 40 seconds. Let's see what each fighter can do.
Well, this has been gritty more than it's been pretty. Both fighters have been active on the inside, not wasting any time. Good hook to the body by Earl, got in. Now, what we've been seeing is that fighters who have appeared to be the better ring general, being out in the middle of the ring, making it look like their opponent can't reach them, they've been getting the calls tonight. And if that was the case, they'd be giving this to Earl. So we shall see. This is when they were able to operate inside, and Earl gets the best of that because the punches were being blocked.
Let's hear what the judges decide.
this round by the score of 10-9 from the Dallas Enforcers, Malik Lark.
Well, Malik Lark goes 2 for 2 against James Earl tonight. 2 victories. He picks up 2 points for his team, and Dallas finally breaks a string of 3 straight rounds won by Houston.
Division for the Dallas Enforcers.
That was an important stop.
Salazar. And for the Houston Hitmen, he is the WBA Continental U.S. Champion, the WBC USNBC Champion, Quentin Quick Draw Randall.
Here we go, the welterweight contest. Adrian Salazar making his TCL debut in a pair of rounds against Quentin Randall. These two will meet up in the money rounds as well. Randall in his first season, 34-year-old out of Houston, and Salazar, the 22-year-old out of Tyler, Texas. He is in the white trunks.
Randall trying to set a trap for Salazar, but he got caught. See where that left hand is. Try to throw the up jab. But he'll have to get closer to do his best work.
This is a good matchup in terms of resumes. Randall, again, 34. He's been in the ring with world champions. He's gone 15-2-1 in traditional boxing. Salazar is yet to have a regular pro fight, but he's had that decorated amateur resume. The former USA Boxing Amateur National Champ, 2023 National Golden Gloves Champ. And he's trying to put together some golden throws that have largely been blocked by Quentin Randall here.
But if you keep going, even if the second one gets blocked, the third one gets blocked, you keep at it, maybe the fourth one gets hit. Either way, in this case, you make your opponent look vulnerable, because there's no way that Randall can make it look like he was toying with him.
Randall being warned for holding. Gets in a good right hand on Salazar. Can the young Adrian Salazar make it 2 straight rounds, 1 for Dallas? They're trailing by 3 in the overall score. Oh, good right hand from Randall that met Salazar walking right into it.
So he did his better work when he's not holding.
And again, it only takes that one punch to land, also one punch to elevate the confidence of a fighter. You're seeing more accuracy here from Randall and a better flow.
Behind the jab. Got the jab off first and scored. Now, look where he starts his punching. He's closer than he was about a minute ago.
Felt like that one right hand brought out the more experienced fighter in Quentin Randall there.
Really did, because he got his opponent to move into it, made the most of his chance, and that may be the one, if he wins, that settles it for him.
Yeah, let's see if it was enough time to influence the judges.
See, this is what he did there after 30 seconds before that being besieged. And it was good for Salazar.
The winner of this round by the score of 10-9 from the Dallas Enforcers, Adrian Salazar.
So Adrian Salazar picks up a win in his TCL debut.
Houston leads Dallas team score
as he outpoints Quentin Randall. And Dallas is now creeping closer here in the middle rounds.
Yeah, Salazar winning this one with all heart. Even though he takes that shot, he comes through, and he was swarming. His swarming was rewarded.
For the Houston Hitmen, Kasimu Cash Yakubu.
It's now a 2-point lead in the overall score for Houston as we get going at 160 pounds between Sharif Rockman and Kasimu Yakubu. Rockman starting his second TCL season. 28-year-old out of Las Vegas. Went 1-5 in TCL action last year. Yakubu, Houston resident, 36 years of age, and one of many Hitmen fighters training out of Main Street Boxing. Yakubu originally from Ghana. He's a taller fighter here in the black trunks. Rockman meets him with a right counter. Houston with that 2-point lead. The bench looking on as several of those fighters get ready for action coming up later on in the middle rounds and in the money rounds as well. Can they hold on?
We see Yakubu operating effectively on the outside, getting the jab started, utilizing some reach. Trying to cut off the ring. And it pays dividends there as he's able to land that nice left hook. Pretty dangerous. Have to make sure the heads don't come together when we saw that.
Want to watch out for the clashes. Yakubu dropped a pair of rounds to Corey Cad last weekend. And now another left meets right on the face of Rockman.
Some dueling bombs there by the fighters.
Sharif, the son of two-time heavyweight champ Hasim Rockman. He's 9-0 in regular boxing. And right now being walked down by the taller Sharif, or beg your pardon, by the taller Kasimu Yakubu.
A veteran move too. Punch, get closer, and tee off. Yakubu trying to use a little bit of muscle, kill some clock.
Can Rockman pull out any momentum in these last 25 seconds to keep some momentum going here for Dallas, who's won the last 2 rounds?
It's been tough for him because he's backing up and then trying to spring off of that. And when you do it, it's a predictable straight line rush that your opponent can pick off. If you're in the Houston corral, you're thinking another point's going to go up.
So it's likely Yakubu has given his team a 3-point advantage again. We'll see. Can Yakubu pick up his first win of the season? Moments away from finding out.
The winner of this round by the score of 10-9 from the Houston Hitmen, Kasimu Cash Yakubu.
Well deserved.
Houston leads 114-111. This round brought to you by
Yakubu victorious, and it's back to a 3-point lead for the Houston Hitmen. And here we're going to get a rematch at super middleweight, 168 pounds.
For the Dallas Enforcers, former Chicago
between
Golden
Jordan
Glove
Jackson
champion,
and Jay Britton.
Jordan Action Jackson. Or the Houston
It was the 20-year-old in Britton who you see on your screen who picked up the 10-9 victory in the launch rounds. That was a bit of a surprise.
It was unexpected, and that was the beginning of the momentum turn for Houston.
So can Britton make it 2 for 2, or can Jackson get one back? 3-point lead for Houston in the overall scoring. Jackson in the white trunks, the 20-year-old Britton in the black trunks for Houston. They're going for their first win of the 2025 TCL season. Glad to have you with us here on a doubleheader Friday night in the Lone Star State at Mesquite Arena. Justin Shackle, Dave Bontempo with you. Coming up after this matchup, it'll be the San Antonio Snipers against the Phoenix Fury.
We saw Britton rally in the first fight. In the last minute, suddenly found himself and made a surge and got to the wire in time to get the decision. And this appears to be a similar situation in that both fighters not doing a whole lot in the first minute.
There you see Abimbola Osundairo, the light heavyweight. He came dressed the part. He's got a Stetson on. He's in the on-deck circle, up next against Devontae Williams. Britton motioning to Jackson, pretty much saying, come on, let's stay in the middle of the ring here.
Let's fight where I can have the advantage, like the first time. But it goes back fundamentally to the jab. You don't like how it's performing stylistically, the fight, try to reestablish your pace with the jab so you can step in and find your distance.
Closing in on a minute of action left in this 13th round between Britton and Jackson. At 168 pounds.
If you're Jackson, the adjustment over the first 2 minutes of this round had been lateral movement so that he was not right in front of Britton. And Britton trying to react like a runner who just heard the gun lap. Here I go, final round, final minute, final 25 seconds.
Similar to the way he picked up the tempo in the earlier round, in the launch rounds against Jackson.
This has been the same type of a script. The only thing that looks different, good uppercut. And here's a shot by Britton.
That may have wobbled Jackson. Britton may run out of time here, but how much will those closing seconds influence the judges?
They were terrific shots. They were shots that could give him the fight. I was about to say the only thing that was different is that he hadn't landed anything big yet like last time. And just in time, lands a shot here, helped by a stumble, but it will look big to the judges. Maybe they should tell Britton every fight is 30 seconds.
The winner of this round by a score of 10-9 from the Houston Hitmen, Jaden Franklin Britton.
How about the 20-year-old Jaden Britton coming into Mesquite Arena and taking a pair of rounds from Jordan Jackson?
Serenity Springs Recovery Center.
And knowing how to fight in the last 40 seconds of each fight, because that's where he took that.
120. The following round is on our 175.
Houston back up by 4 in the overall score, 124-120.
Abimbola Space Osundairo.
And there you see the light heavyweight they call Space. He takes up a lot of it. Abimbola Osundairo, third season here in the TCL. He was the one with the cowboy hat on earlier in the on-deck circle. And he will be going up against Houston's Devontae Williams, who you see in the black trunk. 31 years of age, a 6'2", 175-pounder. He's 13-1 with 6 KOs in regular boxing. And this is his 2025 debut. He did face Osundairo twice last year, went 1-1.
Osundairo pouring with that jab, waiting to see what he can put behind it.
There's a lot of raw athleticism, raw talent from Abimbola Osundairo. He was ranked #1 as an amateur in the U.S. just 2 years into the sport. And he connects there with a two-punch combo.
He's elongating his reach with some shots that look like they're just cutting through air. And then he's able to put something behind it. When you're fighting against him, he appears to be gangly. How are you going to get inside this octopus-type reach? You have to cover up and let one whiz by you and then probably try an uppercut or a couple good body shots.
Osundairo trying to demonstrate it's all the hips as he tees away against a covering Devontae Williams. These two are going to meet in the money rounds as well. And it looks like Osundairo is completely comfortable here with just about 1:15 to go.
And the shake and bake gave it away.
Good body shot after going upstairs. Osundairo trying to inflict some punishment to the body of Devontae Williams.
Good stick by Osundairo, keeping the jab out, and then it sets up some sneaky shots with the uppercut and the strong left hand. And this is a good fighter sequence. You can land 2 punches to the body, tie up, get a break. That's a good piece of work for you.
Devontae Williams, a career 8-16 fighter in TCL action. He spent 2023 with Atlanta before joining Houston last season. A 6-time national amateur champ. Had a tough time, though, solving this puzzle this time against Osundairo in their 3rd career meeting here in the TCL.
Osundairo is tough to hit. Some good work on the inside. This is a shot that behind the head, he got a warning for this. He's lucky no point taken there. That's the purview of the ref. Could have taken a point there.
The winner of that round.
Shake it like a bowl of soup.
Dallas Enforcers, Abimbola Space Osundairo.
So Osundairo comes away with the victory. And the Houston lead back to 3.
130. The following round is from our 199-pound division for the Dallas Enforcers. Former world title challenger Calvin Hot Sauce Henderson. For the Houston Hitmen, Michael El Bandido Coronado.
There is Michael Coronado as we get set for cruiserweight action against Calvin Hot Sauce Henderson. It's his first TCL season. 34 years of age, originally from Fort Worth, now lives and trains in Northwest Arkansas. And you heard our ring announcer Patrick Creighton mention the former world title challenger. In traditional boxing, he's won 4 straight since a loss to David Morrell. He owns a top 100 ranking within the BoxRec algorithm.
So that should give you expectation and confidence, but in this format, may not work.
All it really does is illustrate that TCL action is extremely unpredictable.
Unpredictable, and we see high-quality fighters losing. Good fighters.
Yeah, Coronado says, I got your top 100 ranking right here. Houston ahead by 3 in the overall scoring. Henderson is in the white trunks for Dallas. Coronado in the black trunks. Always feels like he's out of place here. He's got that big San Antonio Spurs tattoo on his back as he competes here for Houston.
Maybe he's just an all-Texas guy.
Yeah. I'm sure the Cowboys are his football team.
No doubt. Get the whole thing covered.
Yeah. Fight for Houston. Have San Antonio Inc. Cowboys football. Why not?
There's the importance of looking busy, as Henderson showing that.
Henderson is 19-2-1 in regular boxing with 13 KOs. Narrowly missed a left hand there. Might have caught Coronado with one as Coronado came back up after lowering himself on defense.
Well, this looks like one where Henderson has been able to out-hustle Coronado. Whether that's how the judges see it, we'll soon find out.
Coronado connecting with a left hand and telling Henderson, yeah, let's duke it out here in these closing moments of this cruiserweight round. Second to last round here in the middle round portion. Well, that was their first and only meeting of the night. So we'll see who got the better of whom.
They looked a little too gassed to embrace.
The winner of this round by the score of 10-9, from the Dallas Enforcers, Calvin Hot Sauce Henderson.
Well, it wasn't pretty, but it's 10.
Score,
and it's
142-140.
Another step closer to trying to tie this up with Houston. Now a 2-point lead for the Hitmen. 142-140 as Henderson picks up the second straight 10-9 round for Dallas. And look who is coming up next. Patrick Mailata, big heavyweight hitter for the Dallas Enforcers. 8-3, 3 KOs against Naji Aguilera, as we see the two fighters that made up the TCL round of the year in 2024. Back at it here in 2025. Here we go.
Well, we talked about at the start of the middle rounds, the Dallas team had to keep it close enough so that Mailata had a chance to do damage. They trailed by 3, now they trailed by 2, so they teed it up for him.
This was the round of the year, the fight of the year. Mailata bested Aguilera in their 2 meetings back in May 9th of last year. What will happen here? Mailata in the black trunks, or beg your pardon, Mailata in the white trunks, and Aguilera in the black trunks for Houston.
The way Mailata comes in with the heavy punches, if he gets a 10-9 win, they say, is that all you did for us? And they're looking for power for him. They're looking for multiple points. He is a multiple points guy for Dallas.
He picked up multiple points last week against Ronnie Mayberry, and Mailata lands a punch through the guard of Aguilera, and you could tell Aguilera felt it.
This is the boxing equivalent of your baseball cleanup hitter up there, and you're hoping he goes deep. You need it.
There's some big swings from Aguilera. Big left counter punch from Patrick Mailata. The uppercut that Aguilera did not see. These two just match up really well.
They do, and Mailata now looking like he's got the chance to do more than 10-9.
Still over a minute to go. What can happen here over the final 63 seconds? Both fighters 2-0 to begin their respective 2025 campaigns. And Aguilera is taking some heavy hands to the face from Patrick Mailata. A big swing and a miss by the Samoan. Didn't miss there with the right hand. And more punches that land from Patrick Mailata.
Can he beat the clock? Opportunity is out there for him.
Najee Aguilera, 6'3" heavyweight. Mailata, a 6'4" heavyweight. "15 seconds to go. And Mailata trying to put the finishing touches here on a successful round for Dallas as they close the gap in a big uppercut that lands by Mailata. Patrick Mailata. Well, looks like he came away with a decisive 10-9 victory in this round. We'll have to wait and see how the judges see it. But if he did, that's 3 straight rounds to close out the middle portion of this event.
Aguilera did well just to keep it at 10-9 because Mailata threatened to do a lot more damage the way he was landing these big shots.
The winner of this round by the score of 10-9 for the Dallas Enforcers, Patrick "Magic" Mailata.
Just like that, thanks to Patrick Mailata, it is a 1-point game.
To 150.
3 straight rounds won by Dallas. Cuts the deficit down, and we will go to the money rounds when we come back in Texas. Houston on top, 151-150. Stick with us. This is TCL, Team Boxing League, on MeritTV Sports.
You were tortured as a child.
My mother taught me how to be a very good liar without any conscience.
This was a homicide masquerading as a suicide.
I was drinking every day.
I was hooked on oxys.
My husband turned into someone I didn't recognize.
The addiction crisis. Worse than a pandemic, we have a growing epidemic. There are approximately 20 alcohol and drug-related deaths per hour every single day. Addiction is a disease. Like any other disease, it may have serious harmful effects and may lead to death if left untreated.
Introducing Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and rediscovery. We understand the unique challenges men face in their journey to recovery. Set on 38 private acres, our state-of-the-art facility offers a safe, supportive environment for healing and growth. Our team of dedicated professionals specializes in evidence-based treatment, providing our patients with the tools to overcome addiction and achieve long-term sobriety. If you or a loved one needs to make a change, call us today at 386-423-4540 or visit us online at serenityspringsrecovery.com and reclaim your life.
In a world that's flooded with noise, remember this: the truth doesn't always just show up on the surface. You really have to uncover it yourself.
Presenting the facts isn't just a responsibility,
it's our driving force.
This
is the news
on MeritTV.
It is a Friday night in Big D, Dallas, Texas, and a Texas-sized boxing event happening at Mesquite Arena. Doubleheader here on a Friday night, and it is nip and tuck between Houston and Dallas as we welcome you back inside our MeritTV studios. Houston 151, Dallas 150, and Dallas picked up some steam near the end of those middle rounds, winning 3 straight rounds.
Very important not to be out of it going into the money rounds because we've already got a victory for Houston in the bank in the money round. So for Dallas, winning these last 3 to get within 1 point, absolutely critical for their development in this fight. And it started in fight 14, carried all the way through to Mailata. Dallas is on a roll.
Let's quickly get you through to the middle round highlights and see where Dallas picked up a lot of this momentum. The recap brought to you by Balance of Nature, and you take a look at the light heavyweight action where Mbabala Osundairo was able to pick up a decisive win over Devontae Williams, and that set the tone. That started the trend. Again, 3 straight rounds won by the Dallas Enforcers.
And when he did that, his team trailed by 4. So that was big to set it up, and they set the table for the big man. And Mailata did everything he could to get more than a 10-9, but it ends up 10-9.
So a 1-point lead here on the scorecards at the moment for Houston, but like Dave mentioned, Travaris Barnes' 10-7 stoppage over Ja'Cory Gibson means that Gibson and Barnes, they are wiped out here for the money rounds. It is essentially a 2-point swing as we get going here with the money rounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the money rounds. The next round in our 154-pound division for the Dallas Enforcers, Mauricio Bad News King. For the Houston Hitmen, Reynard Elif Ali Talib.
So the money rounds commence. Reynard Talib for Houston in the black trunks. He picked up a 10-9 decision over Mauricio King, who you see in the white trunks back in the launch rounds, and they will start off the money rounds here. Again, Houston on top by 1 point to start the money rounds. Can King get his season going here and pick up what would be a very important round win for his team?
Now the team concept fully illustrated is this is a very close event. You are carrying the water for your teammates. It's not just your performance here, but there are 7 fights to go. That puts a lot of emphasis on those who fight in the money rounds. You are a product of your coach's decision to be the all-star.
Before teams compete against one another, the two coaches, they sit down, they map out the match order, especially after the launch rounds. And there's a heightened emphasis if you are placed in this money round portion. Look, you could be a launch round fighter and a middle round fighter.
Yeah, and you can be someone like Osundairo, who probably making a case to be a money round fighter. You're also lobbying your coaches that you want to move up the ladder. That's a classic guy who we may see in money rounds later this year.
We will see him in a matter of moments. He is third up here in the money rounds. But fighter placement is part of the strategy of the TCL Team Boxing League here, especially in these tight events. Just a 1-point swing at the moment.
And that's why Mailata was put up here 4th and not last. They want to make sure that he fights while this is still a contest.
Arguably the big surprise of the night was the biggest scoring scenario of the night. It came in round 8 of the launch rounds. Travaris Barnes stopping Ja'Cory Gibson with a big right hand, scored his team, the Houston Hitmen, a 10-7 round. And because a fighter gets stopped, they are no longer to continue the rest of the evening if they are scheduled to compete. Ja'Cory Gibson done for the night after getting stopped in round 8. He and Barnes originally scheduled for the final round of the night, round 24. That one wiped off the bout sheet. So has Talib done enough to pick up a 2nd straight win over Mauricio King? We'll find out in a moment.
The winner of this round by the score of 10-9 for the Dallas Enforcers, Mauricio Bad News King.
How about that, Dave? Mauricio King leading off with a big one for Dallas.
Yes, and very essential for Dallas with 1 point getting away. And that was a tough one that went back and forth.
Number 32, known to bring the heat.
It's a big call.
This round in our 120
big win for Dallas.
Division.
King gets the 10-9 decision, and we are tied at 160. That essentially offsets the fact that Gibson and Barnes were called off.
Washburn. We are tied at 160.
So we are tied at 160. You got to credit the Dallas Enforcers, who have won 4 consecutive rounds and 6 of the last 8 to come back and tie this one. Here's Averin Graham and Martel Washburn. It was Graham with a 10-9 decision in round 2 earlier tonight. Tight action going down to the wire here in Dallas. Graham in the white trunks, Washburn in the black trunks.
And you can't overstate the emotion and the momentum felt by the teams when you get on a run. We've got 1, we've got 2, we've got 3. Don't be the person to break it. Keep it going.
Now you see how juiced the corrals are for their teammates that are in the rings. You can hear the advice from the corrals as well. It's not coming from the corners. You have fellow fighters telling Graham, keep it up with the feints and to break Washburn's rhythm. Right now, it doesn't seem like there's any rhythm, just straight up fists being thrown between Washburn and Graham.
Importance here, if you keep your hands moving, the referee will not admonish you for stalling or for tying up. Graham is letting it all hang out. And the money rounds, there's a lot of execution, but there's also a lot of emotion. Not only from the corrals and the coaches and people looking on, but the fighter. You sense what you might be able to do. And for a lot of fighters, that's going to speed up their pace, sometimes to the detriment and sometimes to the good.
Oh, and how about this?
Well, second, there was a warning before, and the referee goes up the ladder.
Martel Washburn been docked a point. And in a tie event, that can loom large. Washburn trying to get it back with one swing.
And if your coaches and referees scouting the referees, you'd say, okay, this particular referee, Lawrence Cole, he'll give you one warning, but then the second time, he might deduct something. You have to have a little book on the referee tendencies.
Overhand left from Graham partially landed. And a close range left hand lands from Graham, but Washburn comes back here in the closing seconds, putting together a nice sequence.
Did he at least wipe out the deduction?
Well, if he didn't, that could be massive for Dallas.
Big left hand coming in here, and then working underneath. But look at this nice finishing sequence.
Got it one more right hand there at the end.
I'm going to get him a room with you tomorrow night.
The winner of this round by a score of 10-9 for the Dallas Enforcers, Averin.
It is a 10-9 round for Averin Graham and Dallas.
So the point deduction
The next contest is in our
with the point was overcome and maintained only a 1-point verdict.
Space
5 straight rounds won by the Enforcers. A 1-point lead for Dallas, 171-69, and a chance for more. Abimbola Osundairo, who started this string of 5 straight rounds won. He's in the ring against Devontae Williams. 2 light heavyweights going at it, 175 pounds. Osundairo trying to go 2 for 2 tonight. He's in the white trunks, and he connects with the jab early on against Devontae Williams in the black trunks for Houston.
It wasn't that long ago his team was down by 4 points, but he's the one that broke the momentum and set up the run that they now have. We'll talk about the case that fighters make to their coaches, how they want to be reliable, how they want to be seen as the All-Stars, promoted to the All-Star money rounds if they're not there already. So there's a lot of competition within the team before you get to represent the team.
Dallas has won 5 straight rounds and 7 of the last 9. Yet it's still just a 1-point event. Enforcers in front, 170-169. Osundairo trying to make it 6 consecutive rounds. So far, he's been conservative with his punch volume.
With that big streak by Dallas and yet a tight score, illustrating the value of that Barnes KO in the middle rounds. That was 3 victories and 1, actually 4, because of the money rounds implication, and that fight is keeping Houston in it.
These fighters contend at fighting at range. As soon as I say that, they lock up here along the ropes. Gets stabbed to the body by Osundairo.
Are we going to see another point?
Yes, we will. And Devontae Williams not happy at all. Are we just getting warnings? Yep, a head clash. I guess the referee wants the doctor to come up and check Osundairo. Looked like for a moment it was going to be an automatic docking.
It did have that look, especially when the referee circles the fighters around.
Final 15 seconds here between Osundairo and Devontae Williams. I'm being told there's a little more time than just that. Devontae Williams contending that he's getting hit in the back of the head. Not liking it.
Now on both sides, it's been tight. The referee has been active. You want to avoid a penalty. And they did.
There's where fighting for your team kind of goes out the window, right? Last 15 seconds or so.
It's like, let it all hang out.
Yeah. The natural fighter emotion comes out.
Especially in the money rounds.
Yeah. And Osundairo feels like he's done enough for his team to pick up a 6th straight round win.
The winner of this round by a score of 10-9 for the Dallas Enforcers, Abimbola Space Osundairo.
6 straight rounds won by the Dallas Enforcers. They were down by as many as 4. Now they're up by 2 here in the money round.
For Dallas is now a 10-8 round for Dallas. Dallas team leads 180 to 170.
Making a 3-point swing.
So that was a point.
This round is in the 147-pound division for the Dallas Enforcers. Adrian Salazar.
And all of a sudden,
for
it's getting late early for Houston.
He is the WBA
as Mailata on deck
USA
for
champion,
Dallas.
The WBC USNBC champion, Quentin Quickjaw Randall.
Second go around between Adrian Salazar and Quentin Randall. Salazar, the 22-year-old, outpointed the 34-year-old Randall with a 10-9 win in the middle rounds. So a 3-point lead for Dallas.
7-point rally.
Dallas only needs a few more quality performances, and they would go to 2-0 here on the young season.
And when you've got the positioning, we talk about it for Dallas. After this, they've got Mailata. So this is a chance for a put-away sequence for Dallas, and very important for Houston to stop this momentum.
Salazar part of that stretch in which Dallas won 8 of the last 10 rounds. He won his round against Randall, trying to go 2-0 in his TCL debut tonight.
Part of the streak that initially helped bring Dallas back into it with the string at the end of the middle rounds.
Salazar doing a nice job twisting his punches from the right side to go around that guard of Quentin Randall.
He's willing to commit, move his head, step to the side, find an angle. And this is how he won their first encounter, with swarming shots, even though it looked like his opponent was boxing nice and being a ring general, etc. He was able to just muscle through that scenario and come away.
Good shot there by Randall, getting through the guard of Salazar. $180 to 177, Dallas over Houston. This is round 20. 4 more rounds to follow. I beg your pardon, 3 more rounds to follow. Cannot forget, Barnes and Gibson wiped out thanks to Barnes' 10-7 round, which right now, surprisingly, Dallas has overcome.
There with a monumental run. Without a lot of power. A string of 10-9 pearls.
And after the first 9 rounds, where Houston built up a 4-point lead, you were going to have to say, well, it's going to take a pretty impressive type of rally from Dallas to be able to come back. It's been more than that. Let's see if it keeps rolling.
The winner of this round by a score of 10-9 from the Dallas Enforcers, Adrian Salazar.
7 straight rounds won by the Enforcers, and Salazar 2-0 in his TCL debut.
Health supplement partner of the TCL.
Rewarded for good pressure fighting, and that one was even more
clear cut
than the first one.
For the Dallas Enforcers, Patrick Magic
Dallas trailed by as many as 4. Now they're up by 4. And here is Patrick Mailata going up against Aguilera once again.
Dominican Dynamite Aguilera.
And Dave, you're getting the sense with an impressive showing here from Patrick Mailata, this could be curtains for Houston.
And that's why the coaching element coming in, the team wants Mailata to be out there while the math still matters. But if he drops a bomb here or just wins, it is practically over for Houston. And this has been quite a run for Dallas. And this is also something that is going to encourage team morale. Look what we did. Look what all of us did from the end of the middle rounds on.
Can Aguilera keep it close? Can he pull off a win?
But now he has to. The first time they fought, a bit of a moral victory for Aguilera to only lose 10-9. He stayed on his feet despite heavy pressure from Mailata. But here, they need something from him. And it's a big ask.
Mailata went 6-3 with 2 knockouts last year for Las Vegas. Here for Dallas, so far he is unbeaten. And you would like to put the cherry on the top of this magnificent rally for the Dallas Enforcers. Mailata in the white trunks for Dallas, Aguilera in the black for Houston.
We thought that what we saw last week from Miami was impressive in their victory. Dallas has done that and gone much further. Warning about the holding and hitting behind the head.
Our referee does not like holding. He's made that clear here in this first part of our doubleheader on a Friday. There's been quality uppercuts throughout this night from Patrick Mailata. And, well, it doesn't seem at this point there's a remedy coming from Aguilera about those uppercuts.
Heads coming together. Both fighters warned. The referee will take a look. Both fighters are looking for positioning. They're both trying to get to the same spot. And the heads got there before the fists did.
Oh, the Samoan Mailata pumping those uppercuts upstairs and downstairs, and now connecting at a higher rate against Aguilera.
So if Mailata gets a 10-9 here, it's good enough.
He did enough to not cost his team more points. But now for Houston, well, it's going to be left to Igbokwe and Parker.
They've been swept out of the money round so far. 2 fights to go.
The winner of this round by the score of 10-9 from the Dallas Enforcers, Patrick Magic Mailata.
Dallas has won 10 of the last 12 rounds.
And dominated all the rematches.
200 to 195. The following contest is in the 160-pound division for the Dallas Enforcers, Adolf the Wolf Stevens.
Here's Adolf Stevens against Rafael Igbokwe.
For the Houston
Stevens
Hitmen,
in the white trunks took a 10-9 decision over Igbokwe way back in the launch rounds. At the time, Houston had a lead. That was wiped away precipitously in the middle rounds, and then here in the money rounds, where Dallas has absolutely dominated.
And then fighters have a dilemma, because if you're Igbokwe, ordinarily you might be happy to get a victory in the money rounds. Now, somebody on your team has to score a knockout. But what if that style isn't you? What if going for it is not you? You could get hurt, you could get knocked out, fighting in a manner that is not customary to the way you're used to.
That's a good point. Igbokwe 17-6 in regular boxing. He's been trained by Bobby Benton and Dwight Pratchett, two Houston staples in boxing training. He's trained multiple world champions. Regis Prograis, Oshaki Foster. Stevens gets around the guard of Igbokwe, launches a left hand and another.
Dallas has had a conditioning edge in all of these money round fights.
The left hand from Igbokwe connects on the chin of Stevens as they get a bit wild with just under 90 seconds to go. When Dallas was down by 4, did you ever think, as Igbokwe gets tagged by that big right hand, Stevens with a long reach, that they would be leading by 5 at any point?
Absolutely not. To string this many fights together, and that was somewhat late in the middle rounds. That wasn't early. That was, you don't have much margin for error the rest of the night. This has been the most dominant team effort over a number of fights that we've seen in the entire league this year. So Dallas is in line unofficially for streak of the year.
The Dallas Enforcers in complete control, and Adolph Stevens continuing that trend as we get deep into the money rounds. 8 straight rounds won by the Enforcers, 10 of the last 12.
And this could be 9 and 11 of 13.
I tell you what, if there were maybe 30 more seconds, we might have seen a wider score than just 10-9. That is likely coming up for Adolph Stevens. Let's take a look at some of the action here between these two middleweights.
It's when Stevens is doing some of his better work. The right hand gets in from a distance, and he able to trap his opponent. Leaping right hook gets in.
The winner of this round by a score of 10-9 from the Dallas Enforcers, Adolph "The Wolf" Stevens.
It just keeps continuing. 9 straight rounds for the Dallas Enforcers.
This round brought to you by
And now a chance
Recovery Center, a place of
to sweep the money rounds, other than what was already bequeathed with the knockout by Barnes.
Is in our 124-pound division for the Dallas Enforcers, former national champion and Marine veteran Montserrat Carmona.
So there is Carmona.
And for the Houston Hitmen, former NABF and IBO Bantamweight champion Melissa La Bella Bestia Parker.
These two met in the first round of the night. They will meet in the last round of this event. And Melissa Parker opened it up with a 10-8 score by knocking Carmona down. Parker in the black trunks, Carmona in the white. Houston jumped out to a 3-point advantage at the end of the launch rounds. Dallas started to storm back in the middle rounds. They were able to make it a 1-point lead for Houston. And then tied it up going into the money rounds, and they just continued their dominance. The Enforcers have been on the money here.
Now, when Houston was lining up, you got Parker starting it off with a 10-8. Coach lining it up so that Parker would be there late. Parker and Barnes to close the show, hoping the fight would be close. Barnes already delivered a victory, but now for Parker, all she could do is make it more respectable because of the Dallas streak. Dallas nullified Parker.
.210 to 204. Dallas in front. And we got a clash of heads. That would be a disappointing way for things to end, but it seems like both women are good. Melissa just confirmed that. Okay, that's good.
And it's all the head movement. They're both looking for the same spot. When the head gets there before the jab does, for both fighters, you'll have that clash of heads.
Well, after this one, Houston will fall to 0-2. They'll be back in action next Friday against Phoenix, who we're going to see in just a little bit. Phoenix Fury coming up, taking on the San Antonio Snipers. Second half of our Friday night doubleheader here in Dallas. And the Enforcers will take on San Antonio next Friday as well. So, like we talked about at the very start of the night's action, this 3-week window here where all these Southwest Division teams going at it, it's going to have a pretty big influence on their standings early on.
That could be a battle for first place next week if San Antonio is able to win our next fight card.
And these head-to-head battles are super important for standings.
And then what about the mindset for Dallas? Because a rally last week to get a victory in the money rounds and a dominant performance in the money rounds. And you got to think, hey, we are a good closing team. This is going to really help us in later matches.
Parker and Carmona closing it out with lefts and rights from every angle. Well, they'd like another round with one another. It will close out a back-and-forth event that saw wide lead changes as we take a look at some of this action from the closing moments. And a couple of late punches, perhaps, from Montserrat Carmona. Melissa Parker not in agreement with those.
Send a punch and then send a message, and trying to land one after the fact. Well, Parker may have broken the streak. Nonetheless, a big run for Dallas is the story.
The winner of this round by a score of 10-9 for the Houston Hitmen, Melissa La Bea Bestia Parker.
Parker breaks the streak of 9 straight rounds won by Dallas, but nevertheless
Dallas
the Enforcers with an impressive rally, and
Houston
they pull away with a massive money round at Mesquite Arena. 229-223, all Enforcers on a Friday night. We'll take a break. We'll come back to wrap it up after this.
Bright lights, heavy hands. It's a star-powered Saturday night.
Oh, big shot!
First up, Lizette Lopez, Raul Money Solomon and the LA Elite battle Pretty Boy Ride, Christina Cruz, and the NYC Attitude.
Gotta get out of there.
Next, Jesse Hard Work Hard and the defending champ Philadelphia Smoke throw down against Mike Fontanez and the Boston Butcher.
Goodness!
LA, NYC, followed by Philly, Boston, tomorrow night at 7 on MeritTV.
When it comes to family, I always do what's best. My parents taught me that. That's why I called A Place for Mom. Their personalized guidance was just what I needed to find senior living for Mom. And their advice is free to families. Not just free, invaluable. Our advisor gave us options based on our needs and budget, guiding us to the best decision. I never expected a free service to make such a difference.
Our service comes at no cost to your family. Connect with us today.
I'm a 79-year-old power lifter. I set 4 state records for New York State for my age bracket. I set a national record on the deadlift. And I found for me, my body adapts better eating healthier food, putting better things in me. I take balance in nature because I've seen the benefits for me. I'm reaping the benefit of this product. There's no question in my mind. Otherwise, I wouldn't take it. Forget about it.
Get 35% off your first set as a preferred customer. Claim this offer by using discount code.
Team Combat League Boxing is brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire number 32. A drink not only made to tingle your senses with hot cinnamon flavor, but also made to pay tribute to firefighters all across America. This drink will put a kick in your step with its bold, hot smoothness. Dallas takes it, 229-223. Let's take a look at our Fire number 32 KO of the night. It came in the launch rounds. Travaris Barnes with one single punch, a one-hit quit over Ja'Cory Gibson. That was the Fire number 32 KO of the night. Dallas victorious over Houston. Back inside the ring we go with Patrick Creighton.
The final score for tonight, the Dallas Enforcers 229, the Houston Hitmen 223. Ladies and gentlemen, our round of the night belongs to Adrian Salazar and Quentin Randall. Our third star of the evening for the Houston Hitmen, Travaris Barnes. Our second star of the evening for the Dallas Enforcers, Adolf the Wolf Stevens. And our number one star of the evening for the Dallas Enforcers, Patrick Magic Mailata. First, let's talk here with Adrian Salazar. Adrian, 2 terrific rounds between you and Quentin Randall. I want to say you won. Very impressive. What was your thoughts being in the ring with a fighter as accomplished as Quentin and coming out victorious?
Man, I just want to say thank you for this opportunity, and he has a great jab, but you know, I went in there and did what I had to do.
Quentin, Adrian, congratulations. You won 2 rounds tonight. Really impressive. Quentin, you put on 2 terrific rounds and very close rounds. You're obviously a very accomplished fighter. What was it like with you being in the ring with Adrian?
First of all, shout out to Adrian. Hey, but it's my first time doing this, so I'm kind of learning what they want to see, because I know in the actual real fight, it wouldn't have been even close. He was a dog, though, I give him that, but in the real fight, it wouldn't have been close. But, hey, I'm not tripping, bro. Shit, congratulations to him. That's my first time doing it. I'm enjoying the H-Town. You know what it is. Hey, it is what it is. Hey, the one thing I can say, y'all can boo all you want. I'm an H-Town nigga for real. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Fuck Dallas.
Guys, congratulations on terrific rounds tonight. our number one star of the evening, Patrick Mailata. I see you've got. Yes, these are awesome. We see these. Patrick, you listen. You had tremendous rounds tonight. Your thoughts on your victories?
I want to see the video. I'm first and foremost, I want to give glory to God, that Dallas has come out victorious. Second, I just want to shout out my wife and my kids. What's up? That he loves you. And, man, Nagi's a good friend of mine. It was tough, but, the most honorable thing I could do for him is give him my best and, give him a warrior's death. And I did come out there, and I did the best that I can, both for my teammates and for the sport.
Patrick, congratulations on your two victorious rounds this evening. Let's talk to the coach of the winning team, T-Mac. Your team went on a run. What was that, 10 straight rounds that you guys won? What did you say to them? How did you get on that run?
We worked for this. Focus, consistency. Can't lose momentum. I have to let them know that, look, we're here for a reason. This is our house. We can't let them win. So I told them to stay consistent. Don't lose momentum. We done the work already. So I'm proud of my team. I'm 100% proud of my team.
Well, your team defended their house tonight. Congratulations on the victory, T-Mac. That'll do it for us tonight. Let's go back to the studio with Justin and Dave.
All right, thank you so much, Patrick. Dallas comes away with the win over Houston, 229-223, as we welcome you back to our studios. And Dallas improves to 2-0. I'm wondering here. Dallas falls behind by 3-4 points at that point. Could you have ever imagined that the second half of the money rounds would essentially become window dressing for the enforcers here?
No, it didn't look that way because it looked like Houston's night after a rally in the middle, especially after the Barnes knockout. You could get the sense, hey, this is going to be Houston's night. This is a run for this team. They've got the power. But Dallas showed something with their consistency for the second fight in a row. Excellent money rounds performance and overcoming with a large team concept the fact that Houston only had Barnes and Parker. 7 of their big points came from those two fighters. After that, they couldn't muster much.
Let's check out the money round highlights of the money rounds, like we mentioned, brought to you by Balance of Nature. It was round number 17, Averin Graham, Martel Washburn. And again, right in the middle of that string of 9 straight rounds won by Dallas. Graham was able to, come away with a 10-9 victory. Washburn got deducted a point and probably had the most impressive sequence of the round at the very end, yet came on the losing end.
Negated the point just because of the good rally and kept Houston in it. But it was Dallas' show all throughout the money rounds.
And then our other one, the very next round, Osundairo and Williams. Abimbola Osundairo picking up a 10-8 round win as he was penalized, was Williams. And Osundairo with an impressive showing here. He gets 3 points, we should say, gets 2 wins in the rounds. Tell you what, you're talking about the last 2 weeks, the impression fashion in which the enforcers won. They showed that they can find a way to win close scoring bouts, and here they showed a way that, hey, when we get rolling, there might be no stopping us.
That is the best streak of the year. We'll keep track of it. What is the streak of the year per team? Probably everybody's going to be keeping an eye on that throughout the league. Who's got the best run? Right now, Dallas says we have the best run. Last time, it was Mailata and the power, and this time it was team depth. So if you're following Dallas, you're saying this is really a good start. And if San Antonio wins, now you got a real barn burner next week.
Yeah, Dallas and San Antonio will meet up next Friday, but we are not done yet on this Friday. Stay tuned to MeritTV for tonight's second matchup of our doubleheader. Coming up, 10:30 Eastern, 9:30 Central, the San Antonio Snipers take on the Phoenix Fury. TCL Boxing continues this evening only on MeritTV.
Step into a world of tranquility. Enjoy private accommodations. Let go of distractions and embrace the calm. Start your quiet exploration in jail every weekday on MeritTV.
Talk is cheap when it comes to saving our country. We're not just any cell phone service provider. We're Patriot Mobile. It's not enough to simply talk about values. We live them. Defending life, protecting our First and Second Amendments, and celebrating our military and first responder heroes. We're boots on the ground making a difference. We're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider with nationwide coverage on all 3 major networks and 100% U.S.-based customer service. Join Patriot Mobile today and make an impact every time you use your cell phone.
Weekdays at 8 a.m. Eastern.
All right, let's go.
Get your day going with Steve.
Everybody in a good mood today?
When you're having this much fun, it's Harvey working.
You just went straight up there, didn't you?
Steve, weekdays at 8 a.m. Eastern on Dr. Phil's MeritTV.
Tomorrow with an action-packed doubleheader, we head to Philadelphia as the LA Elite take on the NYC Attitude. And then in the nightcap, the hometown Philadelphia Smoke and Boston Butchers go at it. All the action comes your way tomorrow on MeritTV. Dallas takes this one 229-223 over Houston. The Enforcers, the hometown team of our Friday night doubleheader, erase what was a 4-point deficit and go on to win by 6 in a rally and really a streak of wins for the ages. 9 straight rounds won. Big reason why they get to 2-0 here.
Twice they've answered the call and the demand of the money rounds. Tight or slightly trailing, coming up big. This team has been able to hit another gear when the money's on the line.
And it shows in the standings. Let's take a look at the latest TCL standings as we wrap up the first part of our doubleheader. Dallas joins Las Vegas as the only 2-0 teams at the moment. San Antonio has an opportunity to match them before the night is over. And Houston falls to 0-2. So they are in the basement of the Southwest Division, and we talk about how precious those head-to-head matchups are. They go down against San Antonio. They go down against Dallas. And Houston now will go back up next weekend. They will be taking on Phoenix. Might be a good time to get out of the division if you're the Houston Hitmen.
Not a bad idea. As they started fast against San Antonio and then kind of fell apart. Here, started fast, rallied in a dominant position, big lead, and just couldn't hold it. So that's 2 tough ones for Houston.
All right, 229-223, the final as Dallas takes it over Houston. 9 straight rounds won by the Dallas Enforcers. They win 11 of the last 13 rounds of the entire night. They took all but 1 of the rounds in the money round portion. Extremely impressive here for Dallas. And we talk about Patrick Mailata so much, just to kind of put a bow on the type of momentum that Dallas is walking with here. This is a heavyweight that was with Las Vegas last year. He joins Dallas here this year, so far proving to be, and again, only 1 stoppage throughout all his wins here, but you can just tell within the punches, the punch volume, the punch accuracy, feels like more stoppages or knockdowns could be on the way over the course of the season, but in terms of a raw heavyweight punch accuracy, Patrick Mailata may be, and I don't think this is an understatement, but the biggest offseason acquisition for a team here in the TCL.
He's made a big impact, and what it is now is people expect him to do a lot. So you look at the lineup card, coach is saying, well, we need at least 2 points from him today. Maybe we'll get 5. Maybe we'll get the stoppage. But you can see where he was positioned in the money rounds, where his fight was still going to be there. He wasn't going to be shut out in case this was not a verdict anymore. And at the end of the first launch rounds. So he's a versatile guy for that. But tonight, he was joined by a lot of impressive people. So, this is the time they could take a little bit of that spotlight off of him and look at the team that came up with that streak. That was an impressive virtuoso performance by all the Dallas team to get that big lead.
First 2 weeks, Dallas picks up 2 victories in very different fashions. And tonight, it was a whitewash in the second half of this event. 9 straight rounds won as the Dallas Enforcers take it over Houston 229-223. They'll be back in action next weekend against San Antonio. And the San Antonio Snipers are coming up next. Don't go anywhere. You want to stay tuned for our second matchup of our Friday night doubleheader. Coming up, it's the San Antonio Snipers taking on the Phoenix Fury. TCL Boxing continues tonight only on MeritTV. For our entire crew, for Dave Bontempo, I'm Justin Shackle. Come back with us as we have more TCL Team Boxing League action right here on MeritTV. More action straight ahead from Dallas, Texas. We welcome you to inside to TCL Team Boxing League action on MeritTV as we will have the second end of our Friday night doubleheader coming at you in just a matter of moments between the San Antonio Snipers and the Phoenix Fury. Hello again, everybody. Welcome inside to TCL Team Boxing League. I'm Justin Shackle, joined by Dave Bontempo. Of course, earlier tonight, we saw the hometown host team, the Dallas Enforcers, put up 9 straight victorious rounds to take it over Houston. Now we're going to get a chance to see one of the other impressive teams out of the Southwest Division, San Antonio, coming off a win in its first week of action. But before we get to them, let's talk about these Phoenix Fury, because in their opening week, 2 weeks ago, against LA, we saw one of the lower scoring matches of a couple of TCL teams to open up the 2025 season. What stood out to you the most when you watched this Phoenix Fury team?
It was their first time in competition, and they started slow. There were a couple of tough calls that went against them in the launch rounds to start it off, and then they gradually built momentum. So they came up with a very tight score. They were very much in the match, and the team fought with a lot of confidence in the middle rounds and then in the money round. So this is a team that got their feet wet and then fought better as the night progressed. And now we're seeing if they're going to be able to carry that over when they fight San Antonio.
They lost 173-168 to Los Angeles. Something very interesting about this Phoenix team that we're going to get to coming up a little bit later before the launch rounds. They have a lot of new faces here tonight compared to April 11th. But for San Antonio, they have new weapons that they're ready to unleash here tonight. If you thought opening week was impressive, you talked to head coach AC Bryant. He says, wait until tonight, because there are a lot of things that they can build off of, a lot of quality fundamentals that we saw in their opening week victory over Houston.
And he said Jarvis Shepard is somebody who had been out, is back, and Gerald McClellan had been out, he is back. So he's looking at somebody as saying, we had a lot of guys hurt, and we're bringing them back. So no matter what you saw before, we expect to come back even better, not only this week, but next week, as they're trying to win and get healthy at the same time. So this has been a very strong team, a very consistent team, and a good coach.
There you see the latest TCL team standings. San Antonio has a chance to join Dallas and Las Vegas as the 3-2-0 teams to start the 2025 TCL season. And when we talk about San Antonio in their victory last week, what we noticed the most, I think, was this cohesiveness that you don't always get in boxing. Boxers are off, they're training in their respective gyms, and they're doing that for the most part here in this format as well. But it almost looks like, and you know, we're not tipping our cap off to AC Bryant too much, but it also almost looks like they train as one, because they all have the same blueprint that they're going with.
There's a connection with that team. When AC was here with us a couple weeks ago, he had calls from some of his fighters right after our show about what was going on, whether it was medicals, whether something had to be taken care of, how they were going to deal with everything. And there was basically a connection between AC Bryant and his team. And I think that carries over whether you're in the same gym or not. There seems to be something where they've all come together, and he is credited with inspiring that.
All right, coming up next, it is TCL action from the Lone Star State, San Antonio and Phoenix. The launch rounds are coming up. Second half of our Friday night doubleheader is coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Bright lights, heavy hands. It's a star-powered Saturday night.
Oh, big shot!
First up, Lizette Lopez, Raul Money Solomon and the LA Elite battle Pretty Boy Ride, Christina Cruz and the NYC Attitude.
Gotta get out of there.
Next, Jesse Hard Work Hard and the defending champ Philadelphia Smoke throw down against Mike Fontanez and the Boston Butcher.
Goodness!
LA, NYC, followed by Philly, Boston, tomorrow night at 7 on MeritTV.
Trouble sleeping? We can help. It's not another prescription or drug. It's a cream. Sleep Cream is a safe topical cream made from natural ingredients and plant extracts. Just rub it on your skin. It truly works. Better sleep from the very first night, and your purchase is guaranteed.
To order, visit sleepcream.com to start sleeping better guaranteed. And for a limited time, get free shipping on your first order by using code PHIL at checkout at sleepcream.com.
Balance of nature, it's so simple. It's amazing getting the fruits and vegetables ingredients in 3 red and 3 green capsules.
I take Balance of Nature. I think it's convenient. I can do little capsules in the morning and I'm off to work, you know.
Balance of Nature, it's so easy to do. I feel great, and who doesn't want to feel great?
Get 35% off your first set as a preferred customer. Claim this offer by using discount code
Balance of Nature is a proud partner of the Team Combat League, and as a preferred customer, you get 35% off your first set when you use code FIGHT. Go to balanceofnature.com or call today. We're about ready to go for the start of the launch rounds and the team introductions. Let's go inside Mesquite Arena in Dallas. Inside the ring, it's Patrick Creighton.
Fight fans, welcome back to the Mesquite Arena for the second half of our doubleheader. TCL Team Boxing League action between the San Antonio Snipers and the Phoenix Fury. TCL would like to thank the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, along with Program Director Greg Alvarez, for hosting our event. We'd also like to thank our sponsors tonight, Climax Moonshine Fire number 32, Balance of Nature, and Serenity Springs Recovery Center. Introducing first, the San Antonio Snipers. Introducing retired U.S. Army Master Sergeant with 3 tours of duty in combat, A.C. Bryant, and his San Antonio Snipers. U.S. Army veteran and multi-time All-Army boxing team member, Daniel Bailey. Former world title challenger, featherweight Leanne La Chingona Calderon Smith. Lightweight Israel Rodriguez. Lightweight Princey El Hodon Saya. Welterweight Jarvis Shepard. Junior middleweight Frank Brown Jr. Former Texas light heavyweight champion, middleweight Corey Snapback Cobb. Heavyweight Zachary Spiller. Former national champion, super lightweight Latia Williams. Welterweight Charles Garner. Super middleweight Bryce Blackwell. Light heavyweight Gerald McClellan Jr. Cruiserweight Adrian Taylor. Heavyweight Gareth Payton. And now their opponents, the Phoenix Fury.
Up in the madness, people is giving the damage and turning to animal savage. So rhinos and hippos and mammoths. The hero was coming, I'm locked in. You know that I'm winning, I'm top 10. You know that I came from the dark pit. You wanted to get it, you dropped it. The rebel who came from the bottom. My enemies know that I got it. I'm planting my seeds in gardens. They're watching us sprout and harvest. The greatest was always in my plans. Battle the kid is white flag. Not on my level where I stand. Got it, I'm shooting a hot hand. Out of the gym, I was locked out. I failed, the kid was a dropout. I changed the game and it's up now. The city that need me is clear now. The people is giving the damage. The people is giving the... Said man, I can tap dance through the energy blast. Run flat, never pop your orbit. I keep energy and storage. I see spinning the globe, my fingertip itch. If I could pluck the earthquake hit, look at the wrist, look at your body, I shake it and shift. Big fish in a small pond, Godzilla with a boot on. I step into your lawn, turn skyscrapers into croutons. Bounce me, I move through the big meats and the top pick, got a big fleet. Sit back, better breathe. Look around and they looking at me. 10 toes still never defeat. Push button never needed a key. Ice they ain't ready for me. Hot boy still 100 degrees. I cross eyes and I dotted the T's.
Introducing Coach Sonny Gutierrez and his Phoenix Fury. Featherweight Mark Milo Garcia. Featherweight Brenda the Brown Bomber Cardenas Hernandez. Lightweight Abel Mendoza. Lightweight Joseph King Rivas. Welterweight Alan Medina. Junior middleweight, Shaquille Felicia. Middleweight, DeAndre Dixie Animal Pettis. Heavyweight, Adam All-American Stewart. Super middleweight, Maria Hernandez Rodriguez. Welterweight, Rockman Muhammad. Super middleweight, Andrew Hurricane Hernandez. Light heavyweight, Raiko El Corrojo Santana. Cruiserweight, Charles CP the Champ Pugh. Heavyweight, Elijah War Chief Akana.
Those are the Phoenix Fury as we are ready to go for the launch rounds. And we talked about it at the start of the show with some new faces for this Phoenix squad. They have 7 new additions in their lineup as we take a look at the launch round fight cards. One of them is Mark Garcia, who we're going to see to start it off at 126 pounds.
Well, you get the new blood. You see if the new blood can come through for you.
U.S. Army veteran.
They showed a lot.
Time All-Army boxing team member.
Throughout that first battle against Los Angeles.
Here's a look at Daniel Bailey making his 2025 TCL debut tonight out of action last week.
Garcia.
And there is Mark Garcia. And we're underway. Launch rounds commence again. Every fighter has a chance to gain points for his or her team here in TCL Team Boxing League. You can earn points by winning a decision in the eyes of the judges, which would award your team a 10-9 score. You could knock down your opponent and win the round as Bailey connects with a right hand and come away with a 10-8 score. Or if you record 2 knockdowns or stop your opponent, that's a big 10-7 round for yourself and for your team, but you have 3 minutes to do so. This is fast.
And what we're seeing in the early stages of the league is you can have a lineup of very good boxers, but somewhere in there, you need to dip into that power well. There needs to be some 10-8s. There needs to be a 10-7. That's the difference-making situation. So you want to have a good, solid team, but you want to have a couple of hammers.
It's the first fight of the season for both of these fighters. Daniel Bailey in the orange trunks for San Antonio, Garcia for the Phoenix Fury, and it's going to be their only rounds of the night. They are not scheduled to go again in either the middle rounds or the launch rounds. So 3 minutes and they're done.
And you see some interesting gliding by Bailey as he landed the right hand, getting his opponent to come in. But we saw 3 jabs come up short, but he kept stepping, and then he scored with the 4th one. Kept himself in punching position, and that balance helped him land the right hand.
Punching position, the key there. That's where the jab leads him to.
And he's in a perfect posture, not discouraged when the first jab doesn't get in. He throws the next one, throws the next one. And he was rewarded at the end of that sequence.
Daniel Bailey, former U.S. Army veteran, 4-time national amateur champion, 4-time Army champion. He's 15-2 with 8 KOs in regular boxing. We saw him previously with Miami here in the TCL, 28 years of age. This was a nice get for San Antonio. You're talking to A.C. Bryant.
You know that A.C. Bryant, who had tours in Iraq himself, is going to find the Army people. That's a network for him. And each coach has a different feeder set of principles and people that gravitate to him and maybe people that he prefers.
And Bailey's described as a natural counterpuncher. We're seeing it a bit here in this opening round.
Yeah, he's landed some good shots against Garcia coming, and the question is, do the judges like the counterpunchers?
So the featherweight start us off, and we'll see what the judges have to say after those 3 minutes between Bailey and Garcia.
Bailey looked a little smoother, but Garcia did some good work on the inside.
Here we go with the judge's
decision. The winner
decision.
of our first round by the score of 10-9 from the San Antonio Snipers, Daniel Bailey.
So Bailey did enough and did it with style.
And fought within himself. He didn't take unnecessary chances. He boxed when it wasn't there. He stayed with that
Is in the
and did enough.
126-pound division for the San Antonio Snipers. Former world title challenger Leanne La Chingona Calderon Smith. For the Phoenix Fury, Brenda the Brown Bomber Cardenas Hernandez.
So here's Leon Calderon and Brenda Cardenas, males and females, again, competing on the same team. Part of what makes TCL pretty unique here. An opportunity for pro boxers to showcase their skills, their stories as well. Cardenas, 29-year-old pressure fighter, fighting out of San Diego. Last week in a match for Las Vegas, she outpointed Nashville's Haley Pennington.
This shapes up on paper as one of the better fights we're going to see tonight. Two accomplished boxers, and you see no wasted motion between them. There's a purpose for everything they're doing.
Calderon, 37 years of age, in the orange trunks, out of Austin, Texas. She competed in season 1 in TCL, but she took off last year to give birth to her daughter. She's a mom of 2 children with her teammate on San Antonio, Keith Smith, who we won't see in action tonight. We saw him last week. A mom and dad competing on the same team. Calderon resumed her traditional boxing career about a month ago. She dropped a unanimous decision to Jennifer Ruiz. And here she's trying to jab off the back foot.
Cardenas doing a nice job pressing the action and getting inside the jab. And she looks stylistically like she's doing more of what she wants as she gets in with some swarming punches here. Even though Calderon is boxing and moving, she's boxing and moving while she looks to be on the retreat. But Cardenas has done a pretty good job to this point at cutting off the ring.
Cardenas had her in the corner. She backed up, though.
Cardenas trying to move quickly to the right and get there to that spot first, forcing Calderon to turn, hoping she can catch her on the turn. All of it very subtle and happening within split seconds.
Here's a good example of Cardenas blocking off and cutting off the ring against Calderon here. Cardenas, a mother herself. She says her family's her primary motivation in the ring. She'd like to show her daughter why it's important for other women to stay motivated and pursue their dreams. Two featherweights, 126-pounders opening up the show. We'll see how the judges scored this one. Calderon and Cardenas. There you see Cardenas. Looked like she had better ring generalship.
Stylistically, Cardenas was pressuring, and so she was able to get in close. Good left hand. Even though she eats one now and then, she was busier.
The winner of this round by the score of 10-9 for the Phoenix Fury, Brenda, the Brown Bomber, Cardenas Hernandez.
So Phoenix and San Antonio split the first 2 rounds. Tied at 19 in the overall score. And here we go to the lightweights, 135-pounders.
This round brought to you by Climax Moonshine, fire number 32, known to bring the heat. This round is in the 135-pound division for the San Antonio Snipers, Israel Rodriguez. And for the Phoenix Fury, Abel Mendoza.
Here we go at 135 pounds. Israel Rodriguez making his TCL debut tonight with 2 rounds against Abel Mendoza. We'll see them in the middle round portion as well. Rodriguez in the orange trunks for San Antonio. Mendoza in his second season, the 29-year-old split a pair of rounds against Jose Rodriguez of LA back on April 11th. He's in the purple trunks. I like this look. I like the non-white trunks.
Yeah, I like something that separates, and that's Phoenix's colors. It's at San Antonio.
Stylish.
That's a very sharp set of colors there.
That's right. And Mendoza trying to assert himself here against the 26-year-old Rodriguez. Rodriguez with a wide stance, and coming in is Mendoza.
They're coming in swarming. Always a danger of the clashing of heads with this. But they're fighting on emotion. This is what happens when the jab goes out. It's effective. You know, you want to jab, you want to box smartly, and the other half of you is screaming, hurry up, do enough. It's only 3 minutes. Impress the judges.
Mendoza trying to work along the ropes. He turned pro in 2016. And he has a little bit of a cult following in traditional boxing. He's actually 42-0 as a pro, though a lot of those wins, they've taken place in Colombia and Latin America, and that's where he fought twice last year.
And normally when fighters have that type of record and come to the United States, they're exposed on a higher level. But in this particular format, maybe not.
And we have seen seasoned fighters go up against novices, fighters that have yet to officially turn pro in the traditional sense, and lose these rounds.
I like to make a horse racing analogy. You might be a 1.25 mile horse, and they're saying this is a 4-furlong sprint. Are you that type of horse? Are you that type of fighter?
This is a concept suited for front runners only, right?
Yes. Coming off the pace in 3 minutes is very difficult. We see it now and then, but it's hard.
So Rodriguez and Mendoza wrap it up. Again, a round full of swarming action.
Hey, this one's not easy to score. Although it is to one unofficial judge. Rodriguez thinks this is in his column.
Winner of this round by the score of 10-9 For the Phoenix Fury.
But he's wrong.
Abel Mendoza.
So Abel Mendoza picks up 2 straight wins. Brenda Cardenas
leads team score 29-28.
liking what she sees from her teammate.
This round brought to you by Balance
Phoenix
of
is
Nature,
taking the lead.
proud health supplement
That's for the first time this year.
The TCL.
See what that feels like for this team to fight for the front.
135-pound division for the San Antonio Snipers, Frenchie Elodon Saya. And for the Phoenix Fury, Joseph King Rivas.
So here's Frenchie Saya and Joseph Rivas. Again, a pair of lightweights. Rivas is 0-2 in his first TCL season. He's in the purple trunks. Frenchie Saya in his second season. Resides in California, originally from Santo Domingo in the DR. Frenchie Saya split a pair of rounds against Houston's James Earl last weekend.
He's on the outside doing good work, getting the jab in, getting the hook in. Now you want to keep your lead foot outside the lead foot of a lefty when that's the matchup. And that can set up the shot for the lead right hand or the double left hook.
Saya trying to stay busy on the inside, work downstairs, gets a good right hand to the body of Joseph Rivas.
These are punitive body shots. They're some of the better ones we've seen. Some fighters will not invest in the body shots in a short fight for fear that the judges may not pick it up. But we're seeing Saya go to the well with that. And these have been some significant body shots.
In the traditional sense, you often hear coaches say, hey, break him down. That is not a knockdown, a trip. Break him down by going to the body. That's where you're able to put in the equity and then go upstairs to break him down. But 3 minutes doesn't allow you a whole lot of time to break down your opponent.
And a lot of fighters react to that, and they go for the head hunting, and they go for the flurries. And it takes a seasoned professional to be patient inside 3 minutes when your natural instincts are to be impatient here.
Yeah, you can go down one of 2 roads. You can go down the road that leads to reckless excitement, or stay within yourself, stay calm, and systemically outbox an opponent and award your team.
And that's a good way to go.
There's a big right hand from Saya.
Stay within the style that got you here.
Rivas lands a left hand, scraped him with a right uppercut as well. And that was the bell that signaled there was 10 seconds left.
For both of them.
That could have been really dangerous if one didn't pick it up over the other.
Protect yourself at all times. Both fighters did not protect themselves at the same time, so it was a wash. And this is some excellent work on the outside by Saya and some great work on the inside by Rivas. There's a high quality of good shots landed by both fighters.
The winner of this round by the score of 10-9 for the San Antonio Snipers, Frenchie Elodon Saya.
So Frenchie Saya comes away victorious, and we are tied at 38. 4 rounds into the match.
We are tied at 38.
We'll go up to welterweights now in round number 5.
147 pounds. For the San Antonio Snipers, Jarvis Shepard. And for the Phoenix Fury, Alan Medina.
So Jarvis Shepard is one of the fighters that A.C. Bryant expects a lot from. Returning to the lineup tonight, says this is somebody who really could emerge and could be special.
Jarvis Shepard set for 2 here against Alan Medina. It's his TCL debut. Marvelous Jarvis, 36-year-old southpaw. He was born in Dallas, trains in Duncanville, Texas. He's 7-0 and 1 in regular boxing. He's been boxing since he was 15 years of age. Trains and works out of Duncanville Boxing Club. Trains a bunch of kids there. Enjoys molding the boxing youth.
It's nice to see a marvelous Marvin Hagler reference passed down to another generation of fighters. Marvelous Jarvis.
Medina, 25 years of age. His 3rd season in the TCL. 2-0 this season. Born in Fresno, now lives in Las Vegas.
They both have a pretty well-defined mission here, as Shepard is circling, trying to stay busy, trying to turn, hoping that Medina can walk into a mistake. And Medina, like where his hands are, not buying the noise, not buying the distractions, looking to see where he can make a move.
Good left hand landed by Jarvis Shepard. And the face slightly marked up on Alan Medina. And it looked like that shot knocked out his mouth guard.
That's what they seem to be saying. Head referee is right on top of it. And if you're Medina, you just got clocked. You don't mind that little break.
Just over 40 seconds to go in our 5th round. Good shot landing by Jarvis Shepard. Landed another one. Not as clean.
Yeah, he could be real effective if he makes that big bomb that came from his shoulder start a little bit closer, make it a shorter shot, because he had the reaction time. He forced Medina to be open for something.
He is finding a home with that left hand.
This could be difference makers here at the end for Shepard.
Shepard looked to have gained comfort throughout that round. We'll see if it shows up in the judges' scorecards. Let's get the decision here.
The winner of this round by the score of 10-9 from the San Antonio Snipers, Jarvis Shepard.
And with that,
this round brought to you
San Antonio takes a 1.4847 lead. Taking a look at the shot that
this round is
forced
154-pound
Medina to lose his mouthpiece.
That was a good shot here by Marvelous Jarvis. Probably the best punch of the fight for him. Set up with the jab, and he maintained all the power coming through the hips.
Felicia.
Moving up to junior middleweight action, 154 pounds. 6th round of our launch round phase. Frank Brown for San Antonio in the orange trunks, going up against Shaquille Felicia of Phoenix. He is in the purple trunks. 33-year-old, originally from Alaska, but he now lives and trains in Phoenix.
You know, we talked about this at the top of the show and even offset about the cohesiveness of San Antonio. This is the 6th fight. Every fighter has shown the same philosophy. Start with the jab. There's nothing deviating from that philosophy up and down this lineup, and that is a rare spectacle.
Brown fell to Quentin Randall in his TCL debut last week. We saw Randall and the Houston Hitmen fall earlier tonight to the Dallas Enforcers, 229-223 at Mesquite Arena. You hear AC Bryant tell him, Frank, give me a jab.
That's our philosophy.
Yep.
I heard the broadcast. And they have all been getting off the mark with that. And when there's a lull from the jab, that's when it becomes harder. And the coaching acceptance is a marked contrast from classic traditional boxing, in which they discourage the coaching. Here, it's allowed. Even with all that, coach can tell you something. You see something and feel something else when you're in there. And the fight takes on a little bit of a different personality than what is drawn up.
You, at the end of the day, you know you have your teammates, but when you are in the ring, nothing changes from that standpoint.
Right.
It's still all you.
It's still all you. You see certain angles. You have certain reflexes. You'll take certain chances. Well, this one looked like a cat and mouse with nobody getting any of the cheese. But somebody has to win.
The cheese stands alone. And we'll see which fighter will come away victorious with this round. And it was not too aesthetically pleasing.
The winner of this round by the score of 10-9 for the Phoenix Fury, Shaquille Felicia.
So Shaquille Felicia picks up the 10-9 victory in this round over Frank Brown, and that has tied it up again. We're notched up at 57.
Our next round is at the 160-pound division for the San Antonio Snipers. Former Texas light heavyweight champion, Corey Snapback Cobb. For the Phoenix Fury, DeAndre Dixie Animal Pettis.
So you have Corey Cad in his 3rd TCL season, taking on a newcomer for Phoenix in the purple trunks. It's 30-year-old DeAndre Pettis. Of experience within the team concept against a novice. See if it pays off for Corey and San Antonio.
And stylistically, not a lot of height and reach between them, so this may be a more scientific fight until these guys can get something started. And because of that fact, we're seeing some roughhousing as fighters trying to buy some space on the inside.
This is the lone round of the night for both fighters. Cap came up with a pair of victories last weekend against Kasimo Yakubu of Dallas, I beg your pardon, of Houston. Good right hand landed moments ago from Cap.
It's so interesting on the team level. This is a 3-minute report card. This is all of what you trained for an entire week. You went to gyms, you talked to your teammates, you talked to the coach. You may have looked at video of your opponent, looked at video of yourself, and now it's all here.
Good left hand snuck in by DeAndre Pettis. Double the left hand did Pettis. Went downstairs first, then upstairs. Cat turned pro in late 2021. He's 9-8 in traditional boxing. Who's dealing with an ongoing hand injury at points in past TCL seasons, but still competing. And that was when it was almost his job to not give up the extra points for San Antonio.
Well, this has been a lot of wrestling between these fighters.
Right on point.
Second fight in a row in which Rembrandt is not in the house. But somebody will get 10. Now, why did that happen? Similar height and reach. Nobody had an answer or a new angle. So they ended up being mirror images.
The winner of this round by the score of 10-9 for the San Antonio Snipers, Corey Snapback Todd.
Todd improves to 3-0 on the young season.
This round brought to you
and San Antonio
by
has retaken the lead as we take a look at the push-off
of recovery
at the end there.
Self-discovery. San Antonio leads 67-66.
What was the reason for that as
this round
opponent
is in our 205-pound division.
Well, here we go. 8th and final round of the launch phase. Zachary Spiller
for the
and
Phoenix
Adam
Fury.
Stewart,
Adam
another newcomer. There you see
American Stewart.
Adam Stewart, Phoenix heavyweight. It's his first season, 36 years of age. One of the newcomers this week for the Fury. He stands at 6'6". He has a 79.5-inch reach. Spiller is 6'4", southpaw heavyweight. Stewart is 16-1-1 in regular boxing. Says he's strong, he's fast, likes to surprise people with his speed and his snapping jab. See if he's able to time it up here within the 3-minute concept.
It's been a pouring jab so far as he has a lot to get through. So you can use the jab a number of ways. You keep your opponent off, or you can split the gloves and create just a small opening for a big right hand behind it. But right now, these are two guys that don't want to make a mistake.
Spiller picked up a pair of wins over Trevor's Barnes last weekend. Barnes was the fighter, if you watched our first presentation of our Friday night doubleheader, had the 10-7 stoppage round for the Houston Hitmen. Now, Adam Stewart is a guy that grew up with just a lot of hate and a lot of rage inside of him. His father was in jail. He was always getting in trouble, robbing people with swords and guns, knocking people out for no reason, until he himself landed in jail. And he earned his GED while in jail. Got out, played college football at Pittsburgh State in Kansas, was kicked out of school for fighting, and then was working at a dog food factory when the show All-American Heavyweights came calling. That was a show that would find some big former college athletes with goals of turning them into heavyweight boxers, and Adam Stewart's made a career out of it. Well, boxing has really helped Stewart channel all that hate and rough upbringing in a really positive way.
Boxing is known for offering that vehicle for second chances for so many fighters who have taken advantage of it. Also makes them more disciplined human beings, more responsible family members. It goes all the way through.
And he's a family man, his wife and 4 kids, all in the Phoenix area. It'll be an interesting scoring decision to see. Like you mentioned, 2 fighters that, they did not want to commit a mistake.
No, and they're in the team concept, I don't want to fall behind, and they were both too cautious.
The winner of this round by the score of 10-9 for the San Antonio Snipers, Zachary Spiller.
So Zachary Spiller picks up the victory here over Adam Stewart. He improved to 3-0 on the young side. And San Antonio has won 4 of the last 5 rounds to take a 77-75 lead here in Dallas. Can the Snipers build on their momentum, or will the Phoenix Fury come rushing back? We'll be back with the middle rounds right after this.
They did the crime. Nancy Grace will do the time, analyzing it.
Busted. Join us on Crime Stories with Nancy Grace as we investigate missing people and unsolved homicides.
Weeknights at 6 p.m., 5 Central on Dr. Phil's MeritTV.
I was drinking every day. I was hooked on oxys.
My husband turned into someone I didn't recognize.
The addiction crisis. Worse than a pandemic, we have a growing epidemic. There are approximately 20 alcohol and drug-related deaths per hour every single day. Addiction is a disease. Like any other disease, it may have serious harmful effects and may lead to death if left untreated.
Introducing Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and rediscovery. We understand the unique challenges men face in their journey to recovery. Set on 38 private acres, our state-of-the-art facility offers a safe, supportive environment for healing and growth. Our team of dedicated professionals specializes in evidence-based treatment, providing our patients with the tools to overcome addiction and achieve long-term sobriety. If you or a loved one needs to make a change, call us today at 386-423-4540 or visit us online at serenityspringsrecovery.com and reclaim your life.
Weekdays at 8 a.m. Eastern.
All right, let's go.
Get your day going with Steve.
Everybody in a good mood today?
When you're having this much fun, it's Harvey working.
You just went straight up there, didn't you?
Steve, weekdays at 8 a.m. Eastern on Dr. Phil's MeritTV.
Team Combat League Boxing is brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and self-discovery. 2-point lead for the San Antonio Snipers, 77-75, as we take a look now at the launch round highlights. And it was a pretty competitive back and forth where no individual fighter, I thought, really jumped out over the other. But San Antonio, again, continues to do the little things correctly.
3 out of the last 4 for them, starting with Marvelous Jarvis, who got them started with a few fights to go. His first fight back, showing some good work on the outside. And that launched San Antonio to take 3 of the final 4 and carve a 2-point lead going into the middle rounds. And, you know, it's a lot of times it's the fights where maybe a lot doesn't happen. It's very important you get those.
Before we move forward to the middle rounds, let's go back. Take a look at the launch round highlights. Again, brought to you by Balance of Nature. And we got to highlight rounds 5 and 7. Jarvis Shepard. Marvelous Jarvis, Dave.
Yes, indeed. And he did his great work on the outside. Put it together, and that is the first of the late surge victories for San Antonio.
And then at 160 pounds, Corey Codd finding some landing spots against DeAndre Pettis. Again, a TCL veteran outpointing a TCL rookie at 160 pounds. And Codd doing enough, although it was rough and tumbling at times. I don't think either fighter appreciated it. Codd made it known that he did not appreciate it by that shoulder shove. But he is victorious. We take a look at the middle round fight card coming up. Again, a couple of women at 126 pounds will lead it off in a rematch of the launch rounds. Leanne Calderon and Brenda Cardenas. Let's get back to the action here, as these fighters are about to enter the ring.
Fans, right now the Snipers lead the Fury 77-75 as we go to the middle rounds. In the 126-pound division for the San Antonio Snipers, former world title challenger Leanne La Chingona Calderon. And for the Phoenix Fury, Brenda the Brown Bomber Hernandez Cardenas.
So here we go with the middle rounds. It is round number 9 of the event and round number 2 between these two women. Calderon for San Antonio in the orange trunks. Brenda Cardenas for Phoenix in the purple fight kit.
So for Cardenas, you know, do what you did. Pressure, get inside the jab. That's what got you the victory in the first fight. For Calderon, well, if you step, you have to be punching. Try stepping toward the target, because moving laterally has not put her in the best punching position. She's being bullied on the inside by a fighter who can get past the jab. I'm curious how this is going to play out all season long, because what we've seen so far is the fighter who wins the first fight is coming back and being successful the second time. There are adjustments, but we're seeing a lot of sweeps.
We're seeing a lot of aggressive adjustments from Brenda Cardenas at the moment. Again, she came away with a 10-9 victory over Leanne Calderon in round number 2. Waiting in the on-deck circle for San Antonio is another impressive women's fighter in Latia Williams, who impressed last weekend against Samantha Kavinathan.
She's one of the stars. And Cardenas continues to power through, not being held off. There's no jab in her face. There's nothing to stop the advance. And Calderon is just stepping it up and maybe thinking about more than 10-9.
She has about a minute to play here. Cardenas trying to stay perfect here. Improved to 5-0. She was victorious in 3 rounds fought over the past 3 weeks. Victorious earlier tonight in round number 2.
And look at her go right to business. Get in tight. bull your way through. Don't waste any opportunity. Every time she gets close, she at least throws something. And her style is favorable for the judges, and she's made this an easy one for them.
Well, this should be a decisive 10-9 win for Phoenix and Cardenas. We'll see what happens here in a moment.
The winner of this round by the score of 10-9 from the Phoenix Fury, Brenda, the Brown Bomber, Hernandez Caldenas.
So the perfect season continues for the Brown Bomber. Brenda Cardenas now 5-0. She sweeps both her rounds against Leanne Calderon tonight. It's now a 1-point edge for San Antonio in the overall score.
National champion, Latia Williams.
Now we're waiting for somebody to drop a bomb in this contest. These are all decisions.
Hernandez Rodriguez.
Here we go with Latia Williams and Maria Hernandez Rodriguez. 140 pounds. Latia Williams, her first TCL season. She may be dropping a bomb in a matter of moments, coming out with some authority and force and punishing Maria Hernandez Rodriguez. The punches keep flowing from Latia Williams.
Picking up where she left off in last week's match. Look at the power coming through the hips.
Williams, the former basketball star. She won the National Amateur Championship at 34 years of age. This is a woman that just took up boxing within the last half-decade. Certainly doesn't look like it. Not with the way she rolls and with the way she's landing some of these punches.
Now, if you're Rodriguez, you're hoping that Williams tapped herself out with this explosive start. But if not, Williams has made a strong early impression on the judges.
Punches keep coming. Rodriguez fires back, connects with a right hand.
Now, when Latia Williams masters the jab and a big shot behind it, she'll obtain another dimension. Because right now she's winning with fury. But she'd love to drop that big shot behind a jab. She might even be able to get her opponent to walk into an uppercut.
Williams slowing down just a bit here with a minute to go. And launches a left hand that lands flush on Rodriguez, and another.
That's two nice left hands and a shoulder that have gotten in.
Latia Williams is making this one easy for the judges. And there's blood flowing from the face of Maria Rodriguez from the cheekbone. This could prove to be pretty big here because Latia and Maria, they are scheduled to fight one another in the money rounds. And another sharp left hand coming from Latia Williams.
And when you look at this, it's hard to see what Hernandez would be able to do differently in a rematch, as she's been overpowered here in this one. Probably the most impressive individual performance for San Antonio tonight.
Well, Latia Williams outpoints and flat out outclasses Maria Hernandez Rodriguez here.
I think for Hernandez Rodriguez, she did well only to lose 10-9.
The winner of this round by the score of 10-9 from the San Antonio Snipers, Latia Williams. San Antonio leads 96 to 90.
So a 10-9 round for Latia Williams. Let's take a look at some of the action from that round from the impressive Latia Williams.
All Latia, all the time. Coming out strong, giving the impression she might be able to go for more than 10-9. But at some points, she smothered herself, that she stepped back and tried to make room. And that was a case of being overwhelmed.
All right, here we go at 135 pounds. It's a rematch of round one, I beg your pardon, of the launch rounds, rather. Israel Rodriguez, Abel Mendoza. Mendoza took it 10-9 over Rodriguez. Rodriguez making his TCL debut tonight against El Zorro, which means the Fox for Abel Mendoza.
Even with the head feints, he's trying to figure out a little way to get closer, and he did, and then he's trying to make the most of it.
Quick counter by Rodriguez slows down Mendoza after a flurry in the corner.
Well, there are roundhouses, and there are roundhouses.
And Mendoza in the purple trunks, Rodriguez in the orange trunks for San Antonio. And here we go, action continuing between these two.
Letting it all hang out. And let the scorecards fall where they may. And there's a jab.
A rare sighting.
And while the coaches cringe over styles like this, the spectators like it. Now you might think, why is Mendoza not generating power with all these flurries? In part because he's on his back foot, letting these go.
.35 seconds to go. It's no secret, Israel Rodriguez's best moments in this round is when he has utilized the jab.
Yes, and they've been fleeting.
Yeah.
You know, we talk about the emotion taking over. These guys will still be fighting out in the corridor 20 minutes after. They're just like wind-them-up robots.
Still going, the batteries are fresh. Rodriguez tagging Mendoza with a clean right hand.
Might be definitive in the final analysis. And a good body shot, too. Does Rodriguez forge a split?
Let's take a look at that last sequence between Rodriguez and Mendoza.
Rodriguez backing up, gets one through as he was getting clubbed.
I tell you what, all those lefts and rights that Mendoza was throwing, they largely didn't land, but that one right hand certainly did from Rodriguez.
By a score of 10-9 from the San Antonio Snipers, Israel Rodriguez.
So he forges a split.
Now, will we look back at that as a swing round for tonight?
I think we might, because that's very important. We haven't seen too many splits.
Of TCL. This round is an 147-pound.
106-103. San Antonio's taken a 3-point lead in the overall score, and we get our first look of the night of Charles Garner.
And for the Phoenix,
the San Antonio welterweight going up against Rockman Muhammad. Muhammad, 24 years of age, making his TCL debut against Charles Garner in his second season, the 31-year-old southpaw. Muhammad has a couple of inches on Garner. He's a 6-foot welterweight out of Las Vegas. Former national amateur champion. And Muhammad, one of these Phoenix newcomers that were not with the team in their season opener. Same story for the fighter in the on-deck circle that you see on your screen. That's Andrew Hernandez. Super middleweight action coming up in moments. Garner in the orange trunks. He picked up a pair of wins over Todd Manuel of Houston last weekend. Muhammad trying to...
Yeah, leaving nothing to chance, but punching over the top. Just missing, landing something flush on the chin. Which is what happens when you're winging those shots.
We are in round 12. It's the middle rounds here at this 3-point contest. San Antonio 106, Phoenix 103. Snipers trying to improve to 2-0. Join Dallas atop the Southwest Division. Phoenix out of the West Division trying to avoid falling to 0-2.
If Garner prevails, a big part of it will be what he prevented from landing. His defense has been pretty good here in this contest. Good example of it there. 3 shots and all whistling over the top. Make it 5.
Yeah, we're getting a point deduction from Muhammad.
I don't recall seeing the warning before that.
Okay, we will get these 2 in the money rounds.
That's a big call. Could be a 5-point lead now.
A lot of extracurriculars throughout that round and after. Here we go with the decision.
This round is scored 9-9.
So that is a 9-9 round. Let's see the moment that cost Phoenix a point here.
Okay, so they're on the inside.
112.
And pushing your opponent back. And do we see something with the shoulder
or with the head?
Referee thought that that was too aggressive and apparently had issued a verbal warning before. So that's a monumental deduction.
And for the Phoenix Fury.
It's a 115-112 San Antonio lead here.
Hurricane Hernandez.
Here we go, another TCL debut. Andrew Hernandez, nicknamed Hurricane, in the purple trunks for Phoenix. 39-year-old out of Phoenix taking on Bryce Blackwell. A 25-year-old 160-pounder. Oh, left hand by Hernandez. That floored Blackwell momentarily. A knockdown nonetheless. And Andrew Hernandez potentially scoring his team some big-time points to get them back in this.
If this played out like that, you're looking at a one-point fight if it goes all the way to the end like this. And we have not seen the power tonight. Now that's our first instance of it, where the power wild card comes into play.
These two are not scheduled to fight again after this round right here. Hernandez, again, lives and trains in Phoenix. He's 21-9-2 in traditional boxing. He's been in the ring with Caleb Plant and Patrick Teixeira, fellow TCL fighter Jesse Hart, who we'll see in action tomorrow with Philadelphia.
What he's doing right now is protecting the big edge that is imminent for his team if it plays out like this. 2 points, if he gets it, would make it this a one-point affair. In the meantime, Blackwell trying to take it back.
What can Blackwell do to offset the deficit at the moment?
Well, if he can win the last 45 seconds of the round, he can turn a 10-8 into a 10-9. Heads come together here.
Let's take a look at the hit in the back of the head here to Andrew Hernandez.
There's an elbow and a shot behind the head. And with both fighters doing it, that may be the only reason there was no point taken there, because there could have been. That's probably a more flagrant offense than some of the things that have been called for points.
This has been a messy, choppy, very physical event here between San Antonio and Phoenix. Hernandez and Blackwell still jawing at one another. No, I wouldn't mind seeing that in another round. We're not going to get it, though. But
the winner of this round,
you can tell both fighters are hungry.
10-8, Andrew Hurricane Hernandez.
Hernandez with a big 10-8 round for his Phoenix Fury.
San Antonio leads total score 123-122. This round brought to you by Serenity Springs Recovery Center.
123-122 the score as we take another look at that knockdown from Andrew Hernandez.
Okay, now, you may think it doesn't look like much, but that's gold, because the fighter's glove touches the canvas, and that's monumental in a short fight.
Here we go at 175 pounds. Rico Santana for Phoenix and Gerald McClellan Jr. for San Antonio. This is a money round fight as well. San Antonio trying to add to its 1-point lead. Phoenix trying to tie it up. Good exchange right there from both fighters. Nice body work on a three-punch combo from Santana in the purple shorts.
And this is a big fight. It's the fight after a big performance by your team. Your team just came up with 10-8. Now for Santana, yeah, breathing new life into your team was that. Can you parlay it?
Big right hand from McClellan. Looked like Santana ate it well.
Not sure how well it went down, though. He was doing some of his best work before getting hit with that right hand.
Now Santana switches stance. Goes back to orthodox. This is his TCL debut. 31-year-old Cuban. You see the corral for the snipers, watching intently as the middle rounds near an end here, and San Antonio holds a 1-point advantage.
Just as San Antonio was on the verge of putting some daylight between themselves and Phoenix, that last fight made it a 1-pointer and a chance to even it up.
Santana doing a decent job swarming McClellan Jr. Less than a minute to go. McClellan, his second TCL season. As Santana gets backed up, now comes back with a right hand.
That was a nice, sweet punch right over the left hand of McClellan.
And he's able to get another uppercut in on McClellan. Both men finding shots that have landed here in this round. The motor of Santana, though, seems to be greater.
Yeah, he's been working the body extremely well, and you have to fight a risky style, being that the referees have been calling it tight and that there have been points taken away for grappling. When you go to a body shot, you know that you possibly could end up in a tie-up situation, and there's a risk. So you have to be extremely accurate with those shots, and he was.
Gerald McClellan Jr. doesn't look too happy after that round. Quite the opposite for Raiko Santana. Let's take a look at some of the action.
He did some excellent work to the body. And even though he eats one in here, I talked about that risky style. He pushes off and then works well on the inside. That was a definitive moment for him, that right hand.
10-9 from the Phoenix Fury, Raiko Santana.
Well, Raiko Santana makes his TCL debut, picks up a 10-9 round, and ties up the overall score, 132-132.
199-pound division for the San Antonio Snipers, Adrian Taylor. For the Phoenix Fury, Charles CP the Champ Pugh.
Cruiserweight action right now between Adrian Taylor and Charles Pugh. Pugh in the purple trunks for Phoenix, Taylor in the orange trunks for San Antonio. Pugh claimed 2 wins over Kylan Bradford 2 weeks ago. 37 years of age out of Cleveland. Taylor also picked up a pair of victories over Michael Coronado.
Two fighters with the same idea, try to get the jab in first. Who will take the chance and get away from that style? There are two ways to look at inactivity in a fight, in a situation like this. One is neither guy can get in. Two is if it goes down to the wire like this, each guy is one good punch away from stealing an easy 10 points.
Might have been right there. Pugh disagrees, shakes his head no. Good indicator that that punch did land from Adrian Taylor. Both these fighters, terrific amateurs, though at different times. Pugh was part of Team USA's Olympic team trials ahead of the Paris Games last year as a fighter in his mid to late 30s. Taylor was a 2016 Olympic alternate, two-time national amateur champ.
And here a few years later, they found a place for him.
That's right. Taylor lands a good right hand.
The second gotcha punch landed in this fight for him. Well, they had trouble finding the sweet spot. Some of the better punches did belong to Taylor. Be an interesting call here by the judges. Some of the action from that round at the end, Pugh got a stiff jab in after Taylor had landed a couple good outside right hands.
You know what I love, David? We're going to see these two at the very end, round 24. And they both said to one another just now, hey, show me something. Show me something.
The winner of this
I'll see you later.
By a score of 10-9 for the San Antonio Snipers, Adrian Taylor.
I agree with that one. It was tight.
San Antonio now leads 142.
San Antonio back in front by one, 142-141 of the overall score. Here's the final round in the middle round portion. A couple of heavyweights going at it, but it'll be interesting to watch Taylor and Pugh in the money rounds, and if this event is close going down to the wire, that's a round that you could see go either way.
Yes, that was very close, and if it's all on the line for the last fight, could be more of the same. Well, some of these big guys make that moot. Will somebody stand up and make that moot?
Well, here we go. Gareth Payton for San Antonio. Elijah Akana for Phoenix. Waiting to get started here.
You don't want to look your opponent too closely in the eye when you're going to start doing combat. But they both want to get it started.
Payton in the orange trunks, Akana in the purple trunks. Elijah Akana, a 6'3" heavyweight with a reach of 78 inches, fighting out of Honolulu, Hawaii. You are seeing more and more young amateurs have a lot of national success fighting out of Hawaii. The sport really growing out in Hawaii, which is nice to see.
All it takes is a few influential trainers, somebody settles in there, and the fighters gravitate. There you have it. Seen it in Miami. We've seen it in Gleason's gym in New York. Rebirth when some of the area fighters realize there's a gym to go to and somebody wants to coach them. This is an interesting chess match going on here with Akana trying to trap Payton. Stay outside, cage him, score and get out.
Akana's game, he's ready. He wants to keep going here. He looks like he is in control here against Gareth Payton.
And if you can make the fight just look like this, you don't have to score too much. 1st and 10 at midfield, and they get up. And this is going not to work for Payton.
That right there is a microcosm of the launch of middle rounds. It's a lot of physicality and frustration. Quick counter left by Payton landing moments ago.
This is where the referee needs to get in fast. Yeah, referees have certain styles. You're refereeing this particular matchup, you need to get in immediately and separate the fighters. There are times when you can let them work out of it, especially if one fighter has one hand free, but you need to take control of it.
Well, that'll do it for this round. Only time we're going to see those two fighters tonight. And this could be interesting. We could be going into the money rounds all tied up. We'll see.
Aesthetically, it looked like Akana.
And if Akana comes out victorious, we will be tied at the end of the middle rounds.
The winner of this round by the score of 10-9 for the Phoenix Fury, Elijah War Chief Akana.
Well, the former standout amateur from Hawaii, bringing his team even with San Antonio after the middle rounds. Elijah Akana with a valuable 10-9 decision over Gareth Payton. And at the end of 16 rounds in Dallas, Phoenix and San Antonio all notched up at 151. Who will prevail? Stay tuned. Money rounds coming up next.
Saturday morning, the world gathers in prayer. Join Chris Gutierrez and Lindsay Keith honoring a legacy of faith. Watch live the funeral of Pope Francis, Saturday at 3:45 a.m. with encores throughout the day on Dr. Phil's MeritTV.
Friends, have you shopped at Husky Trailer Parts yet? Wait till you see our huge selection of in-stock parts. From axle kits to lighting, wheels and brakes to suspensions. We have it all covered. For more than 61 years, Husky Trailer Parts Company has been helping our friends and neighbors keep their trailers safely on the road. Order online anytime at huskytrailers.com. Husky Trailer Parts Company. Generations of trust delivered. Visit huskytrailers.com.
As a physician, there were some tough lessons of life. We have no say on quantity, but I can help with quality of life. And that became my life's mission. And that's how I started Balance of Nature. It's my desire to help people's lives. And this is the best way I can do it.
Get 35% off your first set as a preferred customer. Claim this offer by using discount code.
In a world that's flooded with noise, remember this. The truth doesn't always just show up on the surface. You really have to uncover it yourself.
Presenting the facts isn't just a responsibility,
it's our driving force.
This
is the news
on Merit TV.
TCL boxing action continues tomorrow with an action-packed doubleheader. We head to Philadelphia as the LA Elite take on the NYC Attitude. Then in the nightcap, the hometown Philadelphia Smoke take on the Boston Butchers. All the action comes your way tomorrow on MeritTV. So a big Western showcase doubleheader here tonight, and tomorrow a little more of an East Coast flavor. But right now, we are all tied up 151 apiece between Phoenix and San Antonio. And what kind of momentum swing have you noticed with Phoenix lately?
Well, I'll go back to a couple weeks ago when we had AC Bryant here. He said, I think it would be nice if Phoenix is respectable in their first outing. And when it was over, he said, they exceeded my expectations. They were a better team. And then he was going to face them in a couple weeks. We see this Phoenix team, nothing intimidates them, nothing bothers them. If they're down a little bit, they come back. There's a certain attitude that has run through this organization. So they expect to be there. They expect to be in your face. And so they've been a very good addition to the league. So that's what's going on with them. And for San Antonio, it's ebb and flow. We're not seeing the big power people, so that's why we're going back and forth. Nobody has lit it up with a 10-7 yet.
This is an ultra-aggressive nip-and-tuck battle, I feel. Let's take a look at the middle round highlights from Mesquite Arena in Dallas, brought to you by Balance of Nature. And Latia Williams really brought out the first spark of this event for San Antonio.
And we thought this was an excellent candidate for a 10-7, a knockout, but after about a minute and a half, she had spent it all going for the knockout, which did not come. So she would glide her way to a 10-9. That's two excellent performances in a row for her.
Yeah, Latia Williams opening up some eyes in the early stages of the 2025 season. And then how about Andrew Hernandez, 39 years young, just a stiff jab.
That is what brought Phoenix from down 3 to down 1 after this, and that was a decisive jab that created the knockdown.
Hurricane Hernandez giving Phoenix a shot here as we are now tied as we take a look at the money card round coming up in a matter of moments. We are all tied. One team will be on top.
Go to the money round. This round at 147-pound division from the San Antonio Snipers, Charles Garner. And for the Phoenix Fury, Rockman Mohammed.
So here we are to start the money rounds, a pair of welterweights going at it, and this was the bout that ended in a 9-9 draw between Charles Garner and Rockman Mohammed back in the middle round portion.
So you wait to see if the fighters adjust. You have to be mindful, especially now in the money rounds, not to lose a point for your team, extra point by either going down or having a referee make a call. And this is the style that leads referees to make a call against somebody. Second time right away, they're tying up.
With this team concept, it's kind of similar to a late foul call in a basketball game. You don't want the ref to be involved. But here with boxing, you got to keep order.
Have to keep order as the referee has made 2 interventions, and it's good on the outside. It's when nobody has an edge that they tie up, and it's not just that they tie up like they are here, it's what happens then. And there's a little bit of a shoulder butt, and this is dangerous for Phoenix because that type of behavior could get a point deduction. Now there's punching on the break when that's been happening. What they're showing you with the tie-ups is they don't know how to jab and then do something else. So the tie-up locks in what you thought you did. What happens when you're tying fighters up? You might have a headlock. You might push with your shoulder. You might push with your head. I mean, that's unofficially the 7th intervention in this round by the referee. Do I hear 8? And what's also dangerous from either side, if the referee decides that one of the fighters is more responsible for the holding, that's another opportunity for a call. And you see the referee doesn't want to be the decisive factor. He's given them a lot of rope in this round.
And yet he's still been really involved. But I agree.
Yeah, there could have been a point taken in this round. But you sense the referee doesn't want to be the one deciding the whole match.
This will end a very wild, physical, downright ugly 2 rounds between these two fighters.
They will not be lobbying to face each other again. This is one that just stylistically did not fit.
Yeah, we were told there would be no replays.
What a surprise.
Right. Let's see how the judges score this one and how it will break
by the score
a tie.
Of 10-9 for the Phoenix Fury, Rockman Muhammad.
So Muhammad comes away with a 10-9 victory.
This round
decision over Charles Gardner.
John Fire, number 32.
And Phoenix jumps out
the heat.
to a 161-160 lead.
75-pound division for the San Antonio Snipers, Gerald McClellan Jr. For the Phoenix Fury, Rico El Carajo Santana.
Here we go with Gerald McClellan and Rico Santana. Now, 4 rounds ago, these two fighters fought.
Yeah, there are second fights with a lot of rest, and there are second fights almost back-to-back, and this one fits into that category. So you would expect fatigue will play into this.
We'll see which fighter has more energy. And Santana, carrying over from that initial round, seems to be very comfortable. He came away with the victory, a 10-9 decision. Some Cuban showmanship now from the 31-year-old.
Well, if you're on the outside, he's switching far away from danger. He thought that the reaction made his opponent turn. And then he scored on McClellan. McClellan can't get close to him.
Yeah, if those 2 jabs thrown moments ago were rangefinders, they obviously didn't do the trick.
No, he's too far back. He needs to incorporate the next step behind that jab. And right now, this is all Phoenix. But be careful about the showboating because they can take a point for that too.
First 2 minutes of this round have been all Rico Santana.
McClellan looks gassed. When you come back makes a difference.
Good close range uppercut landing from Santana. So Phoenix looks like it could at least, as Santana gets knocked off balance, go up by 2 points here to start the money rounds.
This is clear-cut dominance, and this is 2 wins over McClellan. Phoenix will have its biggest lead of the night. I know it. I know it. And I almost blow it because had he stumbled there and fell, could have been called a knockdown on continuation. Very good performance for Santana.
The winner of this round by a score of 10-9 for the Phoenix Fury, Rico Santana.
A 10-9 decision for Santana.
By balance of nature.
A pair of victories in his TCL debut.
Of the TCL. This round is in the 154-pound division
now
for the
a
San
2-point
Antonio
Phoenix lead,
Snipers,
171 to
Frank
169.
Brown.
Here's Frank Brown and
For the
Shaquille
Phoenix Fury,
Felicia.
Shaquille Felicia.
There's Felicia in the purple trunks, was victorious in the launch rounds over Frank Brown. Phoenix trying to get its first win of the season. They entered at 0-1, took a tough loss a couple of weeks ago to Los Angeles, and they're trying to make their mark in the West Division.
They fell behind considerably to Los Angeles and then got the cobwebs out and fought very well at the end of the launch rounds and then throughout the middle and money rounds. So they've carried over that grittiness to this contest.
And from the last round between 2 different fighters.
Yeah. Yep.
This has just been the theme the entire night. Look at it.
This is what you have to be careful about, you're the fighters, okay? The referee's warning, you don't want to be the one that is guilty of the infraction when the referee decides it's worth taking a point. And we pointed it out. This is what happens when the jab is outlawed. These guys are not walking their way in behind something, and so the grab replaces the jab.
Quality right hand landed by Felicia moments ago. Another left from Brown.
And there is opportunity galore because when the body punches are landing, both fighters are open for counters.
Look what happens when you don't hold. You start to land more punches. How about that?
Yeah. Referee lets you fight, too.
Yeah.
And then the left hook creates distance here. These guys have been fighting as though there's a body shot bonus. They dig in. Look at the good left hands to the body here.
Felicia separating himself a bit here over Frank Brown. Just over 30 seconds to go.
Phoenix could be looking at a 3-point lead.
Frank Brown largely with no answer for Shaquille Felicia in the second half of this fight. And that's what it was. And they're still jawing with one another.
This is all money now for Phoenix here. About to go up 3.
The winner of this round by the score of 10-9 for the Phoenix Fury, Shaquille Felicia.
That's 4 straight decision wins for the Phoenix
round
Fury.
20 will not happen as due to a cut, Maria Hernandez Rodriguez is
So Phoenix
unable
up
to
by
compete.
2.
It will be scored a 10-9 victory.
And
for
Latia Williams and Maria Hernandez Rodriguez was
Phoenix
scheduled to be up
leads
next, but if you
190
recall,
to 188.
Rodriguez sustained a cut
This
on the
round
right
brought to
side
you
of her
by
face.
Balance of
She
Nature,
can't
proud
compete.
health
That's going to be a
supplement partner
10-9 round
of
for San
TCL.
Antonio.
This round is in the 205-pound plus division.
Maybe fortuitous
the
for
San Antonio Snipers,
Phoenix because Latia
Garrett
Williams was
Payton.
considered a threat for a stoppage.
And for
So it is
the
now
Phoenix
190
Fury,
to 188.
Elijah
Phoenix in front.
Warchief Akana.
Here's Elijah Akana and Gareth Payton. Heavyweights right in the middle of the money rounds. Akana with a decisive 10-9 decision to close out the middle rounds. I misspoke when I said that they were going to be done for the night after 1 round. Here they are again in the money rounds. I overlooked the bout sheet, and, well, that might be bad news for Gareth Payton because Akana looks to be more and more comfortable here.
Yeah, now there's a lot riding with 4 to go. San Antonio has closed it to 2. So doing the quick math, San Antonio has to win 3 or 4 to forge a deadlock. And that's just if we're 10-9s.
Well, San Antonio has more than a chance, that's for sure, because all 3 fighters after this round won their previous matchups. Frenchie Saya, Jarvis Shepard, and Adrian Taylor are all due up. Phoenix certainly not out of the woods yet, even with a win here by Akana in this round, if it happens. Can Gareth Payton close the gap? Last 90 seconds of round 21.
And this is a lot of the scoring influence is going to be about perception. As Akana on the outside, looking like he's busier and more effective. And that would be the tie break if all else was equal between them. And it's interesting that after Akana walked far away, that Payton voluntarily stayed in the corner. Now, you know how you can dramatize that corner action is walk towards your fighter and then walk away. It dramatizes the idea that he's stuck in the corner and won't come out. But Payton has chosen a tough place in which to try to win the fight.
End of round 21.
That's a Phoenix win.
Well, for the fights that physically take place, the Phoenix wins have piled up for sure. What I mean by that, again, Williams-Rodriguez, the rematch here scratched because of a cut sustained by Rodriguez.
The winner of this round by the score of 10-9 for the Phoenix Fury, Elijah War Chief Akana.
The Fury have gone ahead by 3 points, 200 to 197.
Recovery and self-discovery. This bout in the 135-pound division for the San Antonio Snipers, Ferenci Eladon Saya. And for the Phoenix Fury, Joseph King Rivas.
Here we go with two 135-pounders. Saya won the first round back in the launch round section over Rivas. This one was another physical chipper battle. Saya, though, put together more quality punches.
So they start out with phone booth warfare, and then it is Saya trying to establish himself outside. He can make it easier for himself if he does that.
The fighters breaking off on their own. Something that has not been said too often tonight. That was a shoulder. Yep. No knockdown. And we continue on here. 1:40 to go between Saya and Rivas in the 22nd round. San Antonio needs to make a move here. They trail by 3. But again, Saya in the ring. Shepard in the on-deck circle. Taylor to follow. They all won their initial rounds as Saya puts together a couple of lands right on the face of Rivas.
Able to shove him back. Saya is in control of this.
This could get dangerous here. A little over a minute to go. And Saya has Rivas in no man's land, but that was a swing directly at the back of the head. Well, it got him out of it.
The big good thing is for them, no penalty. Good shots on the inside by both fighters.
As they continue to battle at close range. 40 seconds to go here in round 22.
Saya has been especially effective to the body. And coming up big because the pressure's on. With his team down 3, it's must-win territory for him, and it appears as though he's going to deliver it.
Yep. Can he at least pick up a 10-9 round here over Rivas and do his part for his team? And he gets tagged with a right hand by Rivas. It's a pretty good sequence to finish by Joseph Rivas. Might not be enough, though. We'll see what the judges think.
I think San Antonio cut it to 2.
Let's see what we have.
The winner of this round by a score of 10-9 for the San Antonio Snipers, Ferenci Eladon Saya.
It is just a 2-point lead for Phoenix going into the final 2 rounds here at Mosquito Arena.
207.
And we are going to get right into it. Pair of welterweights back in the ring. Jarvis Shepard and Alan Medina. 209-207. Phoenix in front.
For the Phoenix Fury, Alan Medina.
Shepard won a 10-9 decision over Medina in the launch rounds. But here to start round 23, Alan Medina way more active to begin over the first 20 seconds.
He's got a chance to adjust, be more aggressive. Able to avoid the big shot coming over the top.
209, 207, Phoenix in front. This is winning time for each of these teams. San Antonio trying to come back and get to 2-0. Phoenix, meanwhile, trying to get in the win column for the first time in 2025. Can Medina, in his third season, widen the gap, perhaps put the final dagger into San Antonio?
Well, he has been methodical while avoiding the shot over the top from Shepard. Can Jarvis look marvelous in the last half of this round? Saw the formation of something there for Jarvis. I wouldn't be surprised if he shows what this is and then tries to throw an uppercut, because he's throwing over the top. Shepard is getting Medina to lean forward to adjust to the shot going over the top of his head.
There's a left hand that narrowly missed from Jarvis Shepard. One of those home run hitting type of swings.
Now he's dancing around like he thinks he's got a lead to protect.
Is that ruled a knockdown? Wow, looked more like a push.
Wow, that would be a monumental ruling.
Oh my goodness. Medina, though, isn't contest. He's not contending that it
no, he
wasn't anything but a punch here. He looks despondent.
Yeah, because he did everything right for 2 minutes and 40 seconds. I think he was on his way to getting this. Let's see. This is the turning point of the night. Wow. Wasn't a big shot, but he touched them on the way down. They're tied up. Really, the referee should have had them separated there.
Medina was already falling, and a right hand just landed on the right side of his body on his way down.
Like the continuation play.
Yeah.
Touch a guy on the way down. But they were also tied up. Well, that fight could be the match. That little shot.
Get another look at it.
Not much to these, but they will count.
The winner of this round by the score of 10-8 for the San Antonio Snipers, Jarvis Shepard.
Jarvis Shepard picks up a 10-8 round. We are all tied up heading into round 24.
The
cruiserweights, Adrian Taylor and Charles Pugh, will decide which team comes out on top here on a Friday night.
Adrian Taylor.
And it was gritty ugly the first time they fought.
Charles CP the Champ Pugh.
So the 10-8 victory for Jarvis Shepherd forces a tie, and this is it. One of these two fighters will decide the winner of tonight's event. Charles Pugh in the purple trunks, Adrian Taylor in the orange trunks for San Antonio.
Boy, and both of these fighters have to embrace the pressure of knowing everybody's outcome is riding on what they do.
These two met up in the middle rounds. It was a very close round. Could have gone either way. Taylor eked out a 10-9 decision. Makes it even more intriguing. Which one of these two former U.S. Olympic trialists will give their team the victory?
Good jab by Pugh and then a tying up.
Referee trying to let them fight out of this.
And these type of tactics shorten the round. Reduce the scoring opportunity, so you have to make the most of the fewer chances as Pugh gets in a good shot. Really, this is when the referee should go over to both fighters and say, look, I'm taking control of this fight right now, and stop it.
But it really hasn't happened all night, so why would it start in round 24?
Now, for these guys, this is like the last one was a grapple fight between them.
Taylor in the orange trunks clips him with a left hand in front of his hometown, the cruiserweight out of Dallas. His third TCL season. Can he lift his team to a win?
With a minute to go, this is absolutely up for grabs. This is the entire match. Comes down to a minute.
Final 60 seconds, and at the end, we will have one team victorious. Taylor and Pugh duking it out, trying to decide a winner, and Pugh laces Taylor with a right hand. That may have hurt Taylor. He's holding on here.
Hurt Taylor, and when you look at the mouthpiece for Pugh, he's on fumes.
He has it halfway out, Dave.
Yeah, and the thing is, now does he try to hold on so he doesn't walk into a big shot that negates everything?
What can Pugh do to put an exclamation point on some of the good work he's done? What can Taylor do in the eyes of the judges here in these final 10 seconds? One team will win. And Pugh with a two-punch combo that lands near the final bell. Those two leaving it in the ring for sure. But again, just like their meetup in the middle rounds, this one is very close to call.
Both corrals think it's their guy. Last minute, I would lean Pugh, but it's a lean because he was also gassed. The styles guaranteed this is a close call.
Both teams will wait on the words of Patrick Creighton, our ring announcer.
Fans, how about it for these two great fighters who put on a phenomenal final round to determine the team who will win this evening? The winner of this round by the score of 10-9 for the Phoenix Fury.
Deserving.
Charles CP, the champ. Pugh.
Absolutely deserved.
Charles Pugh comes away with a victory, his third of the season and the most important of his young TCL career. His 10-9 decision over Adrian Taylor gives the Phoenix Fury an exciting one-point victory over San Antonio. Phoenix in the win column for the first time in 2025. We'll be back with plenty more. Phoenix victorious. We're back after this.
Bright lights, heavy hands. It's a star-powered Saturday night.
Oh, big shot!
First up, Lizette Lopez, Raul Money Solomon and the LA Elite battle Pretty Boy Ride, Christina Cruz and the NYC Attitude.
Gotta get out of there.
Next, Jesse Hard Work Hard and the defending champ Philadelphia Smoke throw down against Mike Fontanez and the Boston Butcher.
Goodness!
LA, NYC, followed by Philly, Boston. Tomorrow night at 7 on MeritTV.
I was drinking every day. I was hooked on oxys.
My husband turned into someone I didn't recognize.
The addiction crisis. Worse than a pandemic, we have a growing epidemic. There are approximately 20 alcohol and drug-related deaths per hour every single day. Addiction is a disease. Like any other disease, it may have serious harmful effects and may lead to death if left untreated.
Introducing Serenity Springs Recovery Center, a place of recovery and rediscovery. We understand the unique challenges men face in their journey to recovery. Set on 38 private acres, our state-of-the-art facility offers a safe, supportive environment for healing and growth. Our team of dedicated professionals specializes in evidence-based treatment, providing our patients with the tools to overcome addiction and achieve long-term sobriety. If you or a loved one needs to make a change, call us today at 386-423-4540 or visit us online at serenityspringsrecovery.com and reclaim your life.
Sleep Cream is the revolutionary all-natural cream made of organic oils and plant extracts. Simply apply Sleep Cream at bedtime and start enjoying. Sleep like a baby and bright-eyed, bushy-tail mornings. I mean, you do want to start sleeping better, right? Try Sleep Cream today.
To order, visit sleepcream.com to start sleeping better guaranteed. And for a limited time, get free shipping on your first order by using code PHIL at checkout at sleepcream.com.
What's gold is new again. Pardon the pun. But considering gold has been used as currency since around 550 BCE, it has been on fire the past year. I'm here with Daniel Boston, the founder of Preserve Gold. Why is gold so stable and such a good investment for many people?
Take the central bank, for example, the Federal Reserve. They print money out of thin air, and then they take that printed money to go buy hard assets like gold to protect themselves against the very risks that they're creating. So I always tell people, don't do what the big players are telling you to do. Do what they're doing themselves.
Yeah, watch what they're doing.
That's correct.
Okay. If people are interested in investing with Preserve Gold, how do they get started?
You can give us a call at our toll-free number, 844-407-6375. You can text Phil to 50505, or you can check out our website, www.drphilgold.com.
All right. No way you can miss it.
Bright lights, heavy hands. It's a star-powered Saturday night.
Oh, big shot!
First up, Lizette Lopez, Raul Money Solomon and the LA Elite battle Pretty Boy Ride, Christina Cruz and the NYC Attitude.
Gotta get out of there.
Next, Jesse Hard Work Hard and the defending champ Philadelphia Smoke throw down against Mike Fontanez and the Boston Butcher.
Goodness!
LA, NYC, followed by Philly, Boston. Tomorrow night at 7 on MeritTV.
Team Combat League Boxing is brought to you by Climax Moonshine Fire Number 32, a drink not only made to tingle your senses with hot cinnamon flavor, but also made to pay tribute to firefighters all across America. This drink will put a kick in your step with its bold, hot smoothness. Phoenix able to hold on, come back, and in the end, squeak out a 1-point victory over San Antonio, 227-226, the final. We talk about the opportunities that are presented within the TSL. You have an opportunity of redemption within your team's event if you get a second go-around on any given night. Charles Pugh had that, and he decided this event outright with round number 24 over Adrian Taylor.
And he decided it in the final minute. No doubt in my mind that with a minute to go, this was up for grabs for either fighter because they were going back and forth, not that much landing, wrestling, but he dug down a little deeper, fighting on fumes and landed maybe 2 punches. And Phoenix might become the cardiac kids of this league because that was not only the final fight, that was the final minute. And in the final minute, the fight before that, in which San Antonio came all the way back, that was a possible 10-9 win turning into a 10-8 loss. So a lot of fortunes up and down, and credit Phoenix in just their second fight coming out.
A lot of lead changes in this one, and on Texas turf, Phoenix picks up the victory. Let's take a look at the knockout of the night presented by Fire number 32. It is the Fire number 32 KO of the night, and it came with one sharp jab. Andrew Hernandez looking impressive in his TCL debut.
Yeah, and that was a big turning point in the contest at that time.
Andrew Hernandez gets the victory, the knockdown. Now we go inside the ring with Patrick Creighton.
Fight fans, let's hear it for our round of the night. Joseph Rivas and Frenchie Saya. Our number 3 star of the night from the San Antonio Snipers, Jarvis Shepard. Our number 2 star of the night from the Phoenix Fury, Rockman Mohammed. And our number 1 star of the evening, Charles CP the Champ Pugh. Joseph, you and Frenchie put on a couple of great rounds tonight. Your thoughts on your performance this evening?
Just something a little different. You know, he's an awkward fighter. It's hard to adapt to him, especially with the 1 round difference, you know. Other than that, I mean, he's a tough opponent. Shout out to the San Antonio Snipers. Thank you guys for having us, Texas. And, you know, I can't wait to come back, put on another show for you guys.
Appreciate it. Frenchie Saya.
Andrew!
Folks, we're just waiting for a translator for Frenchie. Frenchie, you put on a terrific performance tonight. Your thought on the 2 rounds. You guys put on a really strong 2 rounds with Joseph Rivas.
Me siento bien, gracias a Dios.
Thank God.
No, un peleador bien y dio una batalla y dio lo mejor de él, pero yo salí por la puerta grande, gracias a Dios.
He said Joseph Rivas is a strong boxer, even though he feels he did have, you know, stronger, but he is a great boxer, and it was a great challenge for him.
Well, you put on a terrific performance tonight. Congratulations on your performance tonight as well. Let's speak with the guy who turned it around. Actually, you know, before we do that, well, I guess we'll... Charles, come on over here. CP the Champ. You went into that round knowing the winner of your round was going to win this competition. What was your mindset going into that round?
The mindset was get the dub under any means necessary for my team, point blank, period.
It's a tremendous performance from you this evening. You got the win for your team with a clutch round. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Let's get the head coach of the Phoenix Fury, Sonny Gutierrez. 5 wins in the money round. You had to overcome a canceled round. You had to overcome a 10-8 round, but you got your team to victory.
Oh yeah, man. We know what, and Phoenix is just getting started. Yeah, buddy. We're just getting started.
Congratulations to your team on the victory this evening. Congratulations.
Thanks for San Antonio. Thank you.
This time, I'd like to welcome a special guest over to us. Former mixed martial artist, now internationally renowned food critic, named to the Forbes 30 Under 30 list. He has over 40 million followers on social media. Keith Killa Lee. Keith, your thoughts on checking out TCL Team Combat League?
It was an amazing night. I appreciate y'all having me. It was an amazing night of just fights and the gore. I love to see you guys not only show passion, but the way that he gritted out at the end, it was amazing to watch. I appreciate Dewey for having me.
What do you think of the single round style?
I love it. I've been watching it from the very beginning. I've been with Dewey for almost 15 years, and yeah, I've been here from the very beginning. I'm just happy to be here in person.
Keith, how did you go from MMA fighter to food critic?
I've always, as a fighter, you know, food is one of the number one things that comes to anything, right? I've always been so focused on food when it comes to making weight and when it comes to just being on top of being a professional. It goes hand in hand. I'm here where I'm supposed to be at.
What's next for you?
Everything I'm supposed to be at. Yeah, everywhere I'm supposed to be, I'm going to be there.
Keith Killer Lee. Keith, thank you so much for your support of TCL Team Boxing League. Back to Justin and Dave in the studio.
Well, Keith Lee liking what he sees here tonight as Phoenix pulls out the 1-point win, 227-226. The winner over San Antonio, and he made a good point. He had to overcome a 10-8 score in the money rounds. They end up winning 5 of the 8 money rounds, 1 round taken away as well. One of their fighters not able to compete due to a cut, so they overcome all that. And when you listen to their head coach, Sonny Gutierrez, he said it, Phoenix is just getting started. I think he could be correct if they have more nights like this.
Yeah, we saw in their first attempt, very strong throughout the second half of the fight, come out of there and say, you know, if a couple decisions had gone our way, we would have gotten it. And this time they got the decision to go their way because it was very tight until the final minute of the final fight. And HOU just reached down and found a little bit more fighting on fumes. There's a certain heart about this team, maybe a certain attitude that they're going to come in and be in it until the very end. That's what we saw tonight, and they were rewarded. And I'll tell you what, we've seen a couple of performances like this. We saw it from Miami last week when they were down and all of a sudden the team swarmed. And with Phoenix, it's an attitude. We're never too far above, we're never too far below. They knew how to fight in a tight battle tonight because it was never a big lead.
And Phoenix improves to 1-1. San Antonio falls to 1-1. And that will cap off the big Friday night doubleheader. Plenty more to do, though. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back and analyze this one even further, take a look at some of the standings, and preview tomorrow's doubleheader. Still more to come after Phoenix's 1-point win over San Antonio.
Step into a world of tranquility. Enjoy private accommodations. Let go of distractions and embrace the calm. Start your quiet exploration in jail every weekday on MeritTV.
The millennial generation was turned into a science experiment for the sake of enriching big pharma, big ag, and big food. It is devastating us and our children. Human breast milk now contains thousands of microplastics. If you need formula, you can't find it without inflammatory seed oils or soy. Parents have to order it and buy it from Europe. Does this all seem overwhelming to you?